Phil's just resubscribed for 25 months. AAOAHI.
Damn. Welcome on in, Phil. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. How are you? How was the week? I mean, the week is not finished yet, but the week is well on the way. Well on the way. This is a sentence. How's everything? Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. 25 months is a long time. 25 months is a long time. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I was looking at my subs yesterday. I had to cancel some of the subs that I have for financial reasons. And yeah, some of them 60, 60 months. I have my first one that I will probably never cancel, which is a 70 right now. But yeah, that's 25 months is a long time. It's a long time. We have some news. I need to connect to Stoney's account for no reason whatsoever. We'll see when that happens. If he decides to wake up early, not wake up early, and then get access to the code in question. We'll see that in a second. But yeah, we have some updates on the portfolio, my portfolio, which I didn't expect to say anytime soon, but I apparently have some updates on my portfolio, which is pretty good. Uh, it's uh, it's not great. Still, there are some stuff that I'm like, I don't like it. But there are also some stuff that I'm like, ah, it's better than before. Um, I basically have centralized things and optimized the content in order to get like everything that we need to get out of it. The most important part is we now have media and visuals for most of the things. I'm still forgetting this one because I don't know what to do in there. It's the component viewer of the mom UI kit, and I don't have a screenshot of it just yet. So yeah, it's a matter of screenshot. The other thing that is pissing me off is the fact that these are good in dark mode, but as soon as you switch to light mode, they get somehow, sorry for the flashbang, Ruru, welcome in. They get the background for some of their things because of how it has been set up. So I just like it's fine, but it's not great. And then also these ones have a bit of an issue with the I saw something. I was bamboozled. A bit of an issue with the economies. So yeah, that was close though. That almost landed. God damn. God damn. Let me let me join the not dropping on the pad party. I'm not making it. That's for sure. Cybersec, welcome on it. So that's an update on the top. I also have email, LinkedIn, Twitter, and the hire me button that is sending people to the studio, which I don't think is the best of options, but yeah, you're not making it either, apparently. No one is lending today. I see. I see. That that is a slow drop. That was a slow drop. On top of that, I have made a ton of things. So as mentioned, the thing that takes the most time for me and for most designers, but for me specifically because it's text-based, is the content that goes in the case study and the presentation of projects and so on. And because most of my projects lately have been freelance project and personal project things, I have more information about some of the things that have happened compared to the previous one, like from a long time ago. But I also have only things that have happened to me, which means that it's not necessarily the best representation of my skills. It's just a representation of my skills in a very specific condition, which is when I work for myself. So if I want to land a job, this is not necessarily the best thing. So I did my best to reorganize some things and make them like a bit better, but not there yet. And then some of the important things in there is just like media again, conditions and other presentations. And then for the past three, or the last three, which are the agency slash company work, I made the decision to have some things that are like specifically for this one, something that are like more visual based because I don't really have the rights to showcase the thinking and the processes and the thing that happened in there. So it's just like as boring as it can be, and it's fine, but it is boring, um, and we don't really have a choice. So that is where we are. Like specifically this one, come on, come on, that's that's not that's not great. I need to find a way to make this image better and find like a another image that contains tie break and its design from everything else, but I don't have more than that, which is kind of bad, but yeah, on that, this is pretty cool. Um, on the Palo IT, it's a bit of a different thing because it was like an on in-person event, so mostly a month of activities and other things with specific clients. So that's a thing. We'll see if I need to trim things here and there because I feel like I'm disclosing some data that I don't have the rights to disclose. So for now, I'm just glancing over. And then for Brainit, I have added some very, very simple media that I have found on my Google Drive from 2022, 2021, I think. So they are old and dated, as you can tell. So we'll see what we can do with that. Um, but yeah, it's kind of sad because I don't have it's so old content that I don't have content to display, and therefore we end up with things that just don't make any sense together. Compared to things like this one, I don't know, you probably have heard of it. In order to get like the visuals and things, I have the Figma file still. I can still go in, do some edits, create some very specific presentation for layouts and things, and it helps. But these ones, which are the most important for companies for hiring managers and so on, I don't have the ability to do that. So we will see. But yeah, I'm still missing, I think two or three on this one. We still have a lot, but I'm missing this image that I need to put in, and I think there is another one here, which is the officially NPM package uh, usage behavior, like what you need to type in the CLI to get access to it. I don't know if it's necessary to get an image. I might just do fucking code snippets instead, but yeah, nonetheless, progress is progress, which is pretty good. And that means that I'm closer to potentially releasing it and updating my official portfolio with something that is up to date. It's not. It's already outdated. There are new thing that needs to come in here, and I don't know if I have the strength to put them here. Um, so we'll see. We will see. The other thing that is pissing me off, but that's a bit of a different take, um, is the fact that in Japan specifically, they don't, and I talked about that before, they don't really recognize freelance work and like auto entrepreneur um, work as work. Like they say, oh yeah, you did nothing. Like you were freelancing, so you did nothing. That doesn't count. Like you could have been a freelance for like 15 years. Nope. No impact on your career. So that basically means that from 2023, I've had no work for from their point of view, and therefore it's a bit of a not best situation. Uh, and specifically, even the 2020 from Twitch, like they might say from 2020 to 2026 today, this doesn't count in career growth. So I don't know what I will do with that. But yeah, I'm gonna check things out. Nonetheless, this is just like portfolio for the sake of having a portfolio that is not looking like this. This is fine, by the way. It's okay. It's fine. It works. It's fun. Whatever. But it's just like eh, not as good as it could be. Let's say that. Let's say that. Even this one, where we had case studies, the case studies in questions are very much presentation and not necessarily like good enough from a hiring point of view. This is potentially the only image that makes sense on how the project evolved through times, which means I can reuse that image for sure. I could probably reuse that image as well because these are the feedbacks from the users, so that's a good thing. Um, and then maybe that, but even then I don't think so. So we'll see. We will see. For now, the can case study doesn't have a lot of content in there, so I'm probably going to do that and reuse these long images that I have other in other places. But yeah, it's just like most of it is coded content, so that's easier for me to just update. Have a good coffee time, I guess. No, when it's coffee, it's announced coffee. So that's you are taking a shit. I know, I know. Maddie, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? It is Friday. So yes, that's the I guess that's the update that I have here. This one needs to be updated. If I'm not mistaken, I do have the assets there that I need to update, and that would work, maybe. As mentioned, I am supposed to have the assets and case studies things somewhere in there. I don't remember if I have them in the can page or if I put that somewhere else. I have a feeling that it's probably going to be somewhere around here. Um, in planning or layout or research, maybe. Could have been in there. Could have done that in there, knowing me. Or in one of the last page. Yeah, it's not there. One day. One day I will know where I put things that is not today. God damn. I know I have it. That's the thing. That is one of them. That's good. I could use the feedback. Let me check. This is the Portugal beta testing, so I'm guessing that this one could be the feedbacks, which is fine. Which means that my initial image that is going through is going after it's going after the that block. So that's my onboarding interest. Officially, I could simply export this one as onboarding interest. Not really good. Not really good. You will be playing Mecha Chameleon. Congrats on that. I haven't played it. One person have seen things. A lot of you haven't. Not that it matters, but yeah. Let's see. This. Do we have the page? It could have been here. Not gonna lie. It could have been here. But it's not. We do have some of the older one. The question that I have now is that where the fuck did I put this thing? Because I forgot. I forgot. Nonetheless, that game specifically is on my feed 24/7. There are players that just like spam on my feed. So I know 99% of the good spots. I see the thing that happened in the game. I know how it works. I know who's good. I know who doesn't have eyes, apparently. Like, even when I'm looking at people in POV and I'm like, I see them look around and I'm like, I saw three people and you saw no one? What the fuck? So, yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes, people need eyes and they don't have them. So, we'll see how it works. That's a good system for the feedbacks. And then we have previews, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then that section is right after the free tier. I don't think the free tier makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I do feel like, welcome back also, Chris. I do feel like once a video blows up with a very specific, like, places, spots that is very much hidden. This is not a landing day, apparently. Um, People that have seen it will obviously go there and see if someone is hidden there. The last one that I've seen is the back of the car or back of the boat thingy, where you basically have a slot, I think, behind the seat, where if you are in the laying position, you will have the ability to just fall down, and then you just need to take the color off the shadow, and you are just hidden forever. So it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. It's not necessarily good, but it's an interesting thing nonetheless. And the other one, I guess, is uh under the pallets because no one crouch. But lately, people have been starting to crouch a lot more. And then I think it's more fun to go through like the kind of it's more fun to go through the paintings and the process of really painting yourself and not just going into one color thing. But again, I don't play the game, so I don't know. But I don't know. Okay, so it's a fun game, at least from an external point of view. It's a very fun game to see, and some people just don't have eyes, and it's okay. It's fine. It happens. No issues there. Let me see if I can get my store unlock from case studies. I think. I think in my password case studies there. It's not there. God damn it. It's the only image I need. Oh my God. Did I put that into my documents and I forgot about it? Or it's probably the case. That is probably the case. Um, I've made so many subfolders for no reason. Oh my God. That's on me though. You know what? I'm gonna do that. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna be the easiest thing to do. I can just save my own picture from here. This is really bad, by the way. Just so you know, this is not this is not good. Not good behavior. But it saved the images, and then we gone. uh, yeah. I know I have the right, like, good quality export somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where I put it, and therefore it is not best practice at all. I think the main issue that I have here is the fact that I have changed computer in between the two, or at least changed the system and resetted my computer, and therefore I've lost access to some of the existing things that I had, and now I don't know where I saved them. So yeah, it's working though, as mentioned. Like, we have the image, and this one was a WebP, so already that would have been better. But yeah, it's just it's fine. So these two images have been updated, which means that officially the only one that I'm missing is the Mom UI kit, uh, that are right here. The component viewer and the NPM package. I don't even know if I want to have the NPM package. Mm, that's the debate. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that makes no sense. Maybe I need something else. But then the Mom UI kit is one of the most wordiest. The most wordiest. It has the most words. And as someone that doesn't read shit, it means that no one is going to read this, which is good. Like, that's basically the plan. I want people to go onto my portfolio and be like, okay, cool, that's a portfolio. I see things, and then there is text, and there is some images, and the images are gonna speak for themselves. So I kind of need things that stands out. Um, but that's it. I had fun on this one though, which it looks good, but it doesn't look good on the header. So kind of fixed that. But it's a clean one. It's a clean representation. It works well in light mode as well. So both are pretty good. I'm still debating uploading it in clear instead of blank background so that it would work and highlight or delight in both cases. So yeah, thoughtful solution. We're going in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for being on YouTube. I appreciate it. I'm currently working on my portfolio kind of things. It's not really my portfolio. It's a case study experiment. It's a bit of a weird thing. In the beginning, I didn't want to do that, but I do need to have a record of the past work that I have, and I've been working for so long that it's just like I don't have a lot of saved things that I can share. And or some of the companies that I have been working at have been acquired, and therefore most of the work that I've done are now under some sort of an NDA slash contract that is not necessarily an NDA, but like similar thing. And most of the portfolio that I have right now is a showcase that is similar to the stream, which is not good. Like, that's not something that is discoverable. So having a portfolio site thing could help. I already have my official portfolio, but it's just old. I haven't updated it since 2023, 2024, I think. So old. Design old. Um, so yeah. I'm not making a web version of the app. I planned in the beginning when I built Can, I said, you know what? Let me build an iOS version, an Android version, and a web version, and then I said, you know what? No. The Android version was already too much work for what it is, and I don't have the skills. and making a web version of Can would be not necessarily good. I think the only thing that I could propose as a web version would be everything that is in the free tier, meaning that you would just have the characters and the first dictionary in free form on the web. But even then, I don't know if that would make a lot of sense. Um, Mainly because when you look at Can, if you, I mean, you say Can as if you know the app. I don't know, but overall, the app itself contains things that are pretty linked together. So if you are someone that is learning the kanjis, for example, and you go into one of the kanji detail, all of the related words, things are pulled from the dictionaries that are on the user's uh, app. So we are pulling from there. And if I did that without the dictionary on the web version, then you would potentially have no words in some of the kanjis, like specifically in my N2 and N1. Sometimes we just have like one of them, but not a lot of words and explanation. So it's not the best, but it's there. So yeah, I don't know. There is something about it that is a positive when it comes to like making it on the web because it's discoverable and usable for everyone. And then if you don't have a phone that is good enough or you don't want to download a new app, you can just have it on your browser and use it there. But it is not optimized for that, and the content is heavy. So yeah. Um, I see. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for using the app. By the way, if you have only done hiragana, katakana, and radicals and kanjis for now, like if that's your direction, you haven't done dictionaries, then that's good. You are not impacted. But I have worked on some updates in the past few days, and it has kind of broken some of the progress tracking on the words. So some of these have been resetted to zero because of how I have changed things. So I need to ensure that this doesn't happen for everyone. And to not be technical, but explain technically what happens. Um, it's just like in order to get progress for dictionary, what I have put in place is if, because sometimes that happens, if there is a word that is in chunk number 2 and chunk number 5, it's the same word but not the same meaning. I have different keys so that they are different, but in some cases, in between like the 1000 and the 6000, there are some overlap. Like I think there is 5 words. I know that's a lot, but there is 5 words that are overlapping together in between the two things, and therefore it's just going to reset your progress on these words because they are part of dictionaries that are not supposed to be unlocked just yet, but you have progress on that thing. So it's a bit of a weird thing. So I need to figure out exactly how I can ensure that. And then in the specific dictionaries, so for me, it's the medical, but also the slangs one. I had things where I organized the words in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I had things in like easy words, and then the next chunk would have been extremely complex words for the medical things. And I didn't think about it when I made the deck in the first place. And when I went back to it to check, I was like, this is not good. This is going to be a wall of impossible to remember words that users don't want to have. So let me just reorganize things. And I checked the other decks that I have, and some of them have had to be reorganized. And this thing, same reasons. Basically, we ended up with some progress that was lost in specific sections. And because of that, on the relaunch of the app, anything that was uh, after a chunk that is unlocked but not completed is resetted to 0. So I need to fix that first before I can update everything. Nonetheless, this is cool. And I'm also thinking about adding things like I've been mentioning last time on stream. The iCloud sync is currently behind the paywall, and officially speaking, I don't have the right to do that by Apple's guideline. So I'm probably going to just unlock it for everyone and have like iCloud sync automatic um, in the free tier. So if you are using the app, then yeah. Um, and for the people that are just using laptops, like yourself, for example, like just using the desktop version of things, Anki is still better in giving you the ability to create decks and having your own things. But also, I mean, the reason why I built this is because Anki pissed me off. So I see the point. I see the point on a web version that would be an option. It's just like, since you don't really have an account and everything is linked to your iCloud account and your Google Play account, I don't store everything. I don't have any information about you. So getting the web version to be synced with what you have done on your iPhone or your Android phone, kind of complicated to do. So yeah, that's the other part that is just like, well, it is feasible, but technically speaking, not the easiest. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point. But thank you for using the app. I appreciate that. So we have that. We are supposed to work on another thing, but I'm waiting for Stony on Twitch to pop in, because I need to get access to legally get access to his account. So yeah, fair point. Fair point. Fair point. Drinking is good. So yeah, I've done that, and then on the other news, even though unrelated and not as spotlighted as other thing, I've added the affiliate links in there as well, and we have a ton. I didn't know that I had so many fucking affiliate links, to be honest. I was not aware that yeah, I had so many. But it's good. It's good. I appreciate that. Um, I need to put the affiliate links for Claude because they are pushing me for sharing code for everyone, so that it's just gonna be there. And potentially get back the affiliate link for Saley as well from the Node family, because it's just, I have it, why not use it? But they're all working, which is pretty cool. And then on this one, I need to figure it out because it is broken but half broken. So it's working-ish. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah. I will do that. If you wanna use this code, use it. Use it before I do. I don't even know if it's like linked to my account or available for everyone. These are my usual t-shirts, and they have created something that I was looking for. They have made blanks. So without the logo, without everything, but they look like they are boxy, like a bit bigger than the one that I'm currently wearing. And therefore, I don't know, but $12, I might. I wish they had like other colors, because just black and white, fuck off. Anyways, these are a side note. Currently you can't. Currently you can't view my portfolio website. It just doesn't, it's not published yet. I am planning on publishing it. The current portfolio is this one. It's not. It's fine. Don't look at it too much. Um, but yeah, it's to me, it's old by now, and it's also like kind of outdated in ways that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Old stuff. It feels dated. That's the thing. Other than that, that's where we are. So I have like these updated that are pretty good. I need to change the background things, and then we need to go into the mob UI kit and create the new version uh, of the component viewers. That's what I need. That is what I need, so I can put that inside of our mob UI kit case settings right there. Missing this one and this one. These two are the empty states. I had the mom CSS in there. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Also, I have a git keep on this. I may have to fix some shit before I continue. It's fine. It is fine. So yeah, that's the current thing. I feel like based on what we need to work on with Sony, it's gonna take a bit of time, before he wakes up. He's there. I'm gonna send you the request for code, Sony. That's your email has been added already. I'm just waiting. I was just waiting for you to just, you know, pop in so that I can press the button and then wait for the code. And then wait for the code. You have set an alarm. I see. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, so proper in order to answer your question from earlier, the work of the day is officially a review day. So if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, please feel free to just share a link. However, you can't share links on YouTube. You can share links on Twitch. YouTube just doesn't allow for links in messages, which makes absolutely no sense. And we'll see. But yeah, Marmalade, we're calling 164883. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
お兄ちゃん、これはシーですか？
And now, oh my god. And now we're going into the login for the thing. So let me just open the proper num spot. Jan, welcome on in. Good morning. Good day. Good timing. So we have this thing. Let me close the /login so that we have the proper thing. And then maybe it's gonna be good. Maybe it is gonna be good. I don't know. Let's do a cloud account with subscription so that we can just log in into and then authorize the authorization, right? And press enter. And now I think we are logged in. Are we logged in? I think we are logged in. It looks like we are, but I don't know. Let me, one second. Let me close again. Your name is usually in there, but right now it's not. It is. I am logged in. I am logged in properly. I am properly logged in. I can see that it is now. Oh. Perfecto. So yeah, officially we are working on a new bot for Twitch, which is supposed to be more powerful than the existing one. It contains a ton of other things that are pretty cool, and we are using that through Claude. So yeah. Um, you burn through 50% in 12 hours? God damn it. God damn it. That's crazy. That is crazy. To be honest, I burned through. I mean, I'm gonna be here because it makes no sense to me. Listen to this. I've been using Fable for the past, I don't know, 3 days, non-stop, like non-stop, and I haven't reached the limit. I've reached the limit of the session or the limit of the day, but I haven't reached the 50% weekly limit on Fable 5. It makes no sense. So maybe I'm just blessed with an account that doesn't count. I doubt. I doubt. Did I build Can with the Mom UI kit? No, I didn't. I built Can with SwiftUI directly, and mostly an ID that I had in the first place that created the navigation bar. But yeah, it's mostly just SwiftUI native components for the iOS version. For the Android version, I tried to do it as native as possible, but it looks so much different, and I haven't touched it in 6 to 8 months. So yeah, yeah, it's it's not great. Let me get Opus for this, and Medium Default is good. As mentioned in the past, anything over high is a waste of token, even though it looks cool. Not gonna lie, it looks cool, but that's it. High is fine. High is good enough. Extra high is not necessary, and it just burns through shit. And yeah, it just looks good. It looks good. That's it. That's all. That's all that we care about. We need to. I need you to give me. Too late. Coffee break. I need you to give me the fucking commands to run this bitch, because I don't have it on this one, because this one is VS Code now that we have not on this thing. I guess if I do that through this, even though, weird things. I wish there was an npm run dev in there, like a very simple thing. But I never know how to do this. Um, oh, I haven't pulled. That's true. That is true. I also don't know what CS mean. I've seen that before, but I don't really know what CS means. It's not CSS or whatever, so I'm confused on this one. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. C# is CS. I see. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Also, yeah, I saw something. You said something and I didn't see that. I haven't tested 5.6 yet. So I don't know, and I've seen that you said that you don't touch Anthropic. Why? You mean you're not touching Anthropic anymore now that 5.6 isn't available, or just like as a principle not doing it? And I thought I thought that in the background should work and run, but no. Hmm. Hmm. Hey, this one was a slow one. Probably because of the pool. Probably because of the pool. So, this is the app in question that we're kind of working on. You want to access system events. I should allow that. I should allow that. Should allow that. We officially have 9 viewers. Is that true? It seems to be true. We are currently at 46 minutes of streaming, which is probably accurate. Kinda. Um, let's deny that for now. Take a look at the chat. Still working, still working. Not updating this. That's still the same issue as before, so that's good. That's something that we need to fix. The comment section is the same. We haven't changed the design for this for sure. That makes sense. No rewards, some issues in the header, no economy system. It loads lower, like it takes more time to load than before, so that's a thing. Asset work on it. Just follow the where. Because I don't see the new recording. How are you? How's the day going? How did you find the stream? The usual thing. The usual thing. This is not something that I would be able to help with, not just yet. And then overall, the main feeling that I have is there is too much things to do. It's pro. I see. Well, welcome in. If you have a link, then now you can share them on Twitch, and it's good. It's gonna be easier here because yeah, YouTube. I don't understand. Even though I have like link allowed and other thing, like there is no auto moderation that is in place. Every time that someone is pasting something that is something dot something, it just goes away as a that's not a message that I can read. And on your end, I think you can see the message, but on my end, I can't, which is really weird. Anyways, welcome on in on Twitch. I appreciate that. So this is interesting. Overlay section is potentially something that we could work with. I need a deep dive into the process of creating overlays, but this is going to take a bit of time. And then I'm waiting for Stony to come back from the coffee fetching to ask the question. That's an interesting thing. I see. Where are you at on the feature ability thing, whatever stuff? I know that was so vague. As we mentioned, because we wanted to have the app to work first before we touch the design, because I've touched some of the design already and has been reverted by the bot automatically, so I'm not gonna do that. Where you at on the thinking? Where you at on the behaviors? Are the features working as expected so far, and or not? Like what are this one is the one that is the weirdest for me, as it's not like pulling messages in when you have a new message that comes in, and I'm not sure how, why, and so on. Anyways, side notes. Side notes. At least it's working. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I didn't want to do that. Just don't monitor the events. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I would. How much you went on the You have skills usage? The skill usage? I didn't know about that. I don't use skills, so I don't know. Yes, I go live at 1:30 Paris time on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. And depending on me and the content that we have on any given day, I'm live for roughly 3 to 6 hours, depending. As a median, we are at like 420. That's the goal. So from 1:30 to 5:20 or 5:50 is the usual range. Sometimes it goes further, sometimes it doesn't. Some days it's a very short streams. Things happen. But yeah. I might I might fable through. You added a homepage as in an HTML homepage? Is that the... Wait, what homepage? What you talking about? What do you mean, don't worry about it? I don't want to do a big run. That's the thing. I'm tempted, but I don't want to. Um, because the thing that I see most of the time is typography is not good enough in terms of alignments and shit. The overall layout is not good enough for what I kind of want to have, but it's okay, but it's not great. And there are some redundancy issues in some places. So what I mean by that is that we have things. The best commit message ever. It's just an eye. It's just an eye. If I bring you back here, we have something that just looks like this. We have the selector at the top, and then we have all of our nav system, whatever, right? All that. And then at the bottom, we have a nav that is stuck, which is the settings, and the profile / menu thing that is also like in there, but kind of not really. And so as a whole, God damn it. I'm gonna kill some people. At Figma again, as always, as we always do. On the other side of that, you have your system that is pretty good. I'm not against it. You have a header that contains, well, the main information about the content that is currently selected, and then you have your main page. So the layout makes sense. The system is fine. In terms of of organization, but it's just a tad complex for what it is. The sidebar is containing so many things that I'm like, maybe it could be simplified with something that is easier to grasp. But then I'm looking at the stream element sidebar and navigation system on the dashboard, and it is very much the same thing. The main difference that they have is that they start with everything collapsed, if I'm not mistaken. So when you load the page for the first time, you end up with something that is pretty clean on the sidebar. And then later on, if you do things, if you open some sections, you get some better, like, confusion here and there. And then on the main page, you have the header and then the content. And I don't feel like this makes sense. But it works. But then you have done the regular dev thing of having sub navigation within your content section, mainly because you don't have a choice, but also it's a pain in the ass. So you have sub nav in your sub nav already. So these are the type of thing that I want to fix. And I don't know exactly how I can do said fix, mainly because uh, the I don't know if the features are done yet. I think that's the main issue. If I knew that the features were done, then I'd be able to say, okay, cool, we can reorganize these shit this way. But right now, that's not the case. And again, going back to what I was saying here, I don't want to make a big run for it on Fable, even though it would make sense. Um, it just like it just doesn't make sense yet. Specifically, if you're currently working on specific features of the app. I said specific way too much. We need a exclamation mark specific as well. Um, so yeah, I don't know where to stand on this one. Yeah, that's that's a lot of things, which means um like I don't know if it makes sense to work on the design section just yet, because if you are currently working on the on that one, discriminators and other things that are like based on the content, it might just make more sense to wait before starting so that the bot has done this. And then if you want to have like a stream element parity system thing, then this is not a bad move, but it's just overall, this is going to take a while. This is going to be um, a lot of work because the first path is probably not going to work. So You say it's done, but then I'm pulling, nothing changed. I just did. I just did it. I'm getting no updates. Nothing. Let me get there. Yeah, I don't. I guess wrong branch. Yeah. Updated now. Apparently updated. Done is done. That's good. We now have the pending on the foundation tail. What's identity? The journal. Multi-platform is important, but also like not necessarily the thing that we want to have. Stream element parity is the thing that we don't have. I don't have Markdown renderer on this one. I do have it on cursor. I might just do that, by the way, because it makes more sense. Taking a look on it. How are you? How's everything? How's you? Let me do that. If the stream crash, I'm blaming cursor. I say that now. I'm fine. I've seen better days, but it's working. So with that in mind, we can work, which is the, you know, it's the important part. It's the important part. As long as things can work and run and be good, then I'm good. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have, as I mentioned before, I said that when you went for your coffee, do you have specific commands to run the app that I can just run here? Because the one that I had before, I now don't have it anymore. Like it's not, I mean, it's gonna be in there, but it's not gonna be. I guess that's the one. If that runs, then we good. That run, then we good. But I don't wanna have to do that every time. I don't know. How's the legal stuff on your end, Turkey? I know. The great question. Right away. In the meat of everything. I've been doing some updates on my portfolio which haven't been released yet. So it's there, but it's not there. I need to publish it. I just am lazy. I think that's it. I think I'm just, you know. You know, sometimes. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes it's a good thing. Not gonna lie. Sometimes it's a nice thing to have. Apply such arguments for just starting the desktop app. Well, yeah, I might do that. I might do that. Nonetheless, I'm back at green. Thing that I didn't say a second ago. I'm back to the correct color, so that's a good thing. I don't know what you did. I don't know if you did anything, but that is fixed, which is good. One of the stuff that I wanted to check, you know, is did you work on other things in the meantime? Because that's usually what happens in vacations for me. It's just like, well, I'm on vacation, but I'm still working on my own projects because I have too many own projects. Like I now that I have access to Fable, as if it was groundbreaking, but now that I have access to Fable, I wish I could work on Air, which is an old thing that no one has heard of. Like on these, Libma was not working, so I forget about it. But everything that is in there, like Wath is interesting, but still haven't worked on it in a while. Struff is a thing that I like. The Han is good, but not working. Um, Void is breaking because they haven't done any update since the last update. It's still just a fork of VS Code, and I wish I could just work on it. And I feel like Fable would be a good option. Air is the one that I want to work on the most, but you don't know what it is. No one knows what it is. It's fine. I don't care. It's great. I like it. Gecko is a thing that I wanted to use for my Japanese school, but it just doesn't work as well as I wanted it to be. And then Loimf is a thing that I'm using on Computer, which is different, but it needs to exist outside because the Computer one doesn't work as well as it should. So much shit that I need to work on. And so if I'm on vacation, I'm going to go on to these things. And it's going to be fine. It's going to be great. It's going to work. So, you know, I like that. I like that concept. I like the idea. So, nonetheless, nonetheless, um, yeah, some of them you have seen. Some of them I have glanced over really quickly about 8 months ago, I think. It's yeah. I went full dev mode at one point and started to get just side project and side project and side project just because I had an idea. And it wasn't a good thing. It was not a good thing. Um, so we have this, it's working-ish. Alignment is bad. This is something that I need to change here. That makes no sense. So that's the thing to remove. Cool. I still think yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. I still feel like the dashboard view should contain a recap or a slight section of the thing that is currently happening. So if I remember correctly, and I don't remember much right now, but I think Streamsuit from Atom has a edit title or change stream title that is multi-platform, and that's a very interesting thing. I think Meld has that as well. When you say that you want to stream into multiple platforms, it gives you a thing that say where do you want to go, and then if you say change title, it's going to go through either every available ones one by one, or it's a combined thing. I forgot about that. But still, could be an interesting thing. The thing that I'm seeing here is that the 12 viewers there and the 12 viewers there makes no sense. So one of them needs to go the fuck out, which I guess is this one, because it makes no sense to have it here if you have your metrics row underneath. So probably we'll change that. And then if we go into full width side modes things, what I would love to see here is currently streaming on platform A, B, and C, for example, and then a combined chat right there and the actions that I can take on all of the platforms as a thing. So it kind of move and remove the chat only thing, at least for me, even though I think it's a good option to have and good thing to just ensure that you have a chat page and that you can just combine chat and so on. I kind of want the homepage to be similar to what we have here. Like, when you think about it, you arrive on your stream dashboard thing, you want to be able to get the chat, the alerts, the activity, the events, the things, the tools, controls that you have. And then, um, yeah, I mean, of course, of course. So yeah, I would potentially change that homepage layout and content at some point to get something that is just a bit more optimized for viewers, but I guess we need the uh, multi first before that happens, because the actions that are in there, either in the roadmap or in something else, are going to be tailored to the multi-platform. That's the thing that is kind of, I guess, the most important, mainly because if we have platform A, B, and C, and A, B, and C for me is going to be Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Twitch and Kick being the exact same platform, technically speaking. If I remember correctly, the events and API endpoints are the same names. So that's why I'm combining them. Like these three, at least, TikTok, if potential. I know that Twitter has revamped their entire streaming going live thing, so that might be another thing that is interesting to have. Nonetheless, if we have multi-platforms, then we know what features exist and what we can bundle together and say, okay, cool, so this is like one of the most important thing that needs to work in the dashboard, because if the user is streaming on Twitter and Twitch at the same time, then they have some similarities in things. And if you have like a combined chat view, then you want to be able to just say, okay, that person is from Twitter, that person is from Kick, that person is from Twitch, and so on. So these are design choices that needs to be put in place, and that's going to take a while if we don't have the multi-channel or multi-platform thing. So that's in my eyes potentially the most important thing right there, but we'll see. Anyways, so that's cool. That's working, that's fine. Let me check your specs. Not what I wanted to see. Front end, I guess. I think I asked you, and I think that's the thousand question. Do we have a centralized design system.kotlin file that contains all of the components, all of the things? We have the module layouts, which are split. So we do have some sort of a design system-ish. Yeah. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I also fear, for the same reason as earlier, I also fear that the increase in features is going to result in an increase of token usage when we need to go through full revamps. That's an architecture system, and I don't think you have this. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask. Um, so we'll see. That's the regular thing. Um, I just saw budding and I was like, what the fuck? But I remember that they are using bun and that's the reason. Um, so yeah. The font usage spec? What do you mean? Is the question, can you use it on the website? The answer is no. You can only use the San Francisco fonts on Apple devices officially, and you can't use it on the web unless you are Apple. That's on the terms and services that you have when you sign things. Oh, you mean space specs as in technical specs? I don't know if we have that. I don't think. I mean, technically, you don't have the information or the need for the information. I think you said pro. Oh my god. I don't think we have any information about it. Isn't it the same? It's not. I see. I didn't pay attention to that. It is wider. Yeah. Interesting. That's 6% kerning. Damn. Damn. Did you not land? Oh my god. Today is not a landing day. It's crazy. It happens so often. Let me just let me reset it just in case. When it don't land when I'm about to reset the fucking thing. I'm gonna see Stony just land and then reset the thing. Sorry. Let me refresh it. I see. That was white. God damn. God damn. Doesn't seem like a lending thing. Yep, nope. No one's lending today. God damn. Ah. Alright, since it's a modular monolith, not a true plugin systems. Lego like is accurate at the pattern level, but the block snaps in by following the recipe, not by dropping in a file. I see. Yeah, well, I mean, it could work. Share platform cool with domain modules, extension point. That's good. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Cool. Everyone is a hair away. And Teki, I think you have gestured in the direction, and I think I've seen an app icon at some point. But please share more. I want to know more. I don't know why my brain is like dating app for gamers, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's something else. That's a good thing. So the system is good. You know what? I was about to add some builds. That's not what I do. I do design stuff. Because if I start doing some build and your bot on your end is doing some build as well and some new features, then we're gonna have some conflicts. So I don't wanna touch that. That's not gonna work. If I say that here, it's not gonna be a good idea. Yeah, but you are doing UI stuff and build at the same time, in a way. Like it's just you know. It's a small scale fandom app where your profile characters are built in collage. You have different lookable widgets like music being listened to, whether still working. I see. I see. Is it by any stretch of the imagination similar to no, not that. To this magnificent concept from last week? This is a collage thing where you can do some cutout of magazines that you like. They have a set of magazines, and then you can create your own very interesting collage images system. It's very cool. I like what they have done here, and yeah, apparently that post got deleted. Yeah, that's crazy. But if I could fucking type, would be great. So if you want to get some inspiration there, that could be a thing. It's pretty cool. We like it. We talk about it. Or is it similar to number two? I think I bookmarked this one for safety reasons. To this thing. Matt seems to be an interesting system. It's very much similar. It's using your iPhone to create stickers, and then you can create a mat with your own stickers. Um, and it's interesting. They've been hinting at the fact that they wanted to release the thing, but they also haven't yet. So I'm like, maybe do something. I don't know. Do something about it. Um, but yeah, there is, again, as mentioned, there is a ton of people that are doing some collaging in the past few months slash weeks. So if it is in the same realm, then yeah, that's a fun thing. That's a fun thing. Um, mhm. That's not bad though. That is not bad. Uh, did I save this? You probably have seen it because we have the same feed. On Twitter specifically, did I save this bitch? I don't think I did. I know I saw it in my likes. That's a for sure thing. But I know I didn't save it because I didn't think it was that worth the save. And I think Hassan is the one in question. Um, that thing, maybe, you know, probably have seen that thing, and they've been doing a lot of interesting navigation system using a combination of the new reality kit, which is the old version or the updated version of the scene kit on iOS specifically. And they are creating that very interesting navigation hand-drawn system. So that's a fun thing, you know. It's neat. But they have done like some really cool presentation, animation, showcase, and so on. And it reminds me of that. That's why I'm talking about it. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. Um, this is interesting. That's yeah, yeah. That is a big copyright infringement of everything, but it's also very close to bump ammo. I guess. Like, yeah, ID. That's ID. That's the one that I have in my head. Um, but yeah, similar. I mean, similar vibe. I don't mind it. I do think it's pretty cool. Even though you don't want to work on the branding just yet, I can't. You know, I can't not. I would. I would make that stickers just just a smidge, just not flat, not straight, maybe with a bit of a peel somewhere. Just you know, like like that, but not that much, just for the sake of getting something that is a bit organic with the rest. Hello, Traveler, welcome on. I'm still allergic to money, so requesting donation is going to be a bit of a hard thing, but it kind of needs to happen. Uh, Visually speaking, is pretty cool. I like this. I mean, I like these two. I think this one has a lot more personality than this one. Um, well, because it stand out mainly. Like it's a different setup. It might be weird for some people, and it might also be a bit of a pain in the ass to navigate with the navigation bar that is right there. Uh, it's standing like in the way, basically. So if you tap on something a bit too low, it's gonna trigger Siri or whatever. So not a not the best option. Uh, What? Ooh, ooh. There is sound in this. There's a teeny tiny tick in the scroll. This is interesting. Um, is this similar to Amy? Um, if you remember that, in a way, and I've been talking about it before, and yeah, in terms of navigation system and layout, I did this a while ago that was based on the same concept, and I couldn't figure out exactly how to get the drag to resize properly, so I did it on tap instead of not. And it's a similar, I guess, similar layout in a way, not exactly. Um, but also it's just raccoons. Um, for me, just raccoons on everything. I need to work on this thing as well. Would help. Would help. But this is cool. This is interesting system, and it's the starting point, so I'm not, um, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, I see. Yeah. I guess joy is similar. I don't think I have it. I think the latest version of joy that I have is not a working version. Um, it kind of is. That thing at the bottom, potentially. I guess it works better if we are on. That's not gonna work. If we're on light mode, then on dark mode. But yeah, it's a similar system. In the Amy system, which is gonna prompt the buy now, please, and then I can delete that. They have that very cool navigation system, and then if you go past, you do this, which is absolutely perfect and working every time. But it's, I guess that's a similar behavior that you have, which it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's the today thing, so it's weird. Anyways, let me read shit because I'm not reading. You want to take your time with it, which makes sense. You want the design to be on every install site, since I don't have the privilege with Kyoto. What do you mean you don't have the privilege with Kyoto? What do you mean by that? That's a good thing that you haven't seen someone else do something similar. That's a good take. It will help. So yeah. Let me read that one as well. But you mentioned that I set up icon in my button wrong from a perspective that the component building. Could you please go over the correct workflow for icon components? Well done, all right. When rich is good. I appreciate that. Buttons are simple. It depends on the type of button that you want to have. But yeah, I can go over that. Ooh. Look at me. It's pink. I like it. I like it. That's a cool thing. That's a cool thing. I love the transition on the buttons. Um, I love that. That's a nice addition for making the thing like very much uh personalized. So yeah, that's a nice thing. Um, and the pagination turning into a handle is an interesting thing. Also, obviously, I have the not safe for work in front of my face. That's the yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure. But yeah, no, this is really cool. Um, this is nice. This makes sense. It's a good thing. We'll see. We'll see more later. I know. I know. We'll see more later. But yeah, nice system. Nice ID. Cool. So how to correctly placed icon and button. Don't try that. That's gonna be the. It's pretty easy. It's pretty simple. It really depends on you, son of a bitch. It really depends on what you want to do with the buttons. So I'm gonna just have um, a very simple icon right there, and no background. That makes sense. And then let's say we have button size is 16, and then text size is semi-bold for now, or medium would make more sense if we get that to be a bit of a thicker chunks. That makes sense. Um, Let me put that at 20 for visual alignments and so on. Okay, so um, if I do this and I give you like 8, 8, and let's put that with a pill, and we're gonna use the regular blue color because why not? When I do this and I get 8 top and bottom and 8 side to side, there is an alignment issue in the visual understanding, but also there is like an issue in spacing. So my text has 8, 8 top and bottom, and also 8 on the side, but because of the actual alignment of the pixels themselves, we end up with something that looks like it has a lot more space at the top. So in order to check how much space you should have, sometimes you just do this. And like right now, it's about 12. Like that's 12 pixel top, which is probably going to be 12 pixel bottom, which implies that in order to get like a properly aligned thing, I need my spacing here to be 8, 12. You can define different sizes for your padding by having a comment between the two and pressing enter, and then you get that gives you a proper alignment where visually speaking, the space that you have in between the last letter and the top is roughly equal, which means that the entirety of the content is roughly equal, but it still feels tight because of how the letter itself is. So if we were ending this with the O, it feels more centered, but it's still not right because of the alignment of that button itself or that text itself inside of its container. So in order to fix this, you can either go with the line height of 100%. That will basically drop to an even value compared to what we had before. So instead of being at 24 in height, we are now 20, and it kind of centers it, but not exactly. Most of the time it's fine. Or you can go into the settings and go into the vertical trim and crop this. By changing that vertical trim issue, we then end up with another system that is a bit of an issue as well, which is we now have visually, because of the space that we have here, less space at the bottom that we have at the top. So there is an issue with font all the time. So some people are going to go with this to combat the problem, but when you do this, you end up with even more of an issue in your alignment. So yes, it's not that what Teki just mentioned. Getting the vertical trim is going to be something that doesn't work for the devs, and so that's why I usually revert to 100% line height, because this is something that would work in CSS with no issues. It's not perfect, but it kind of works. But it's not perfect. So do with that what you will. So with the 4 caps, we are centered, visually centered, and it's good. With the not 4 cap, it looks like it's off-centered a bit, and it still looks like there is not enough space on the edge because of the distance that we have in between the letters top and the top of the screen, and same thing at the bottom. So that means that in order to get our offset to be good, we probably would end up with like 16 to be closer to what it is. One of the things that I have, which is kind of more complex to achieve, but it works, is to create a square, like a true square, and place it within the button and see exactly when you reach the letter tops. The letter top is right here, and that's like 16 overall, but because you have a bit of an overshoot here, it basically means that in order to get this square to be good, you need it somewhere around here, which implies 50. That square is your notch type of thing to align things around your buttons. And you can tell right there that at the top we are good at 16, but at the bottom in reality we should be at something like 13 to 14 to something. So there is like 3 pixels of misalignments, and these 3 pixels are based on the B that is too tall and the T's that are like too tall compared to the regular letters. So you might want, this is not really good, but you might want to Shift A your text and add an offset button at like 0 top and I don't know, 3 at the bottom, which would just shift everything up a bit to then get something that looks like it is more centered if you didn't have the icon, but with the icon it looks weird. So there is like some tinkering that you can do to visually align things. Usually 1 pixel is good enough, 2 pixels is too much, but it's just things that could help with the alignment. Anyways, side notes, side things, it doesn't really matter. It's not necessarily what I wanted to talk about in the first place based on your buttons. The thing that you had, if I remember correctly, was something like this. And well, not even. I think you had something like this, which is the main issue that I talked about earlier. If you had more space, as in 12, for example, this is not enough to make it make sense. And if you just do a button like this, then that's good. So that is the thing that I think I had in mind. The other potential that I had in mind, which is an option, is you getting this instead. And that would be okay, kinda, to get your alignment. Or that, but yeah, I don't really I don't really remember what I said on your button specifically. So let me just go back into your design pages and see if we have something in there that I'm like, oh yeah, that needs to change. I feel like this is really good. I think you made the system. Um, yeah, I had that idea to showcase the blurring trick, but it doesn't work with line icons, so can't do that. The icon just disappears. I think here my issue is probably along the line of I need this to be a line on the edge. So right now you have even padding, and I would do something like 2412 in this system, or 2012, so that the arrow is closer to the edge, and it makes more sense if that was the thing. But you said how to set up, which was how to set up icon subcomponent within a button component. Oh, you meant how can we do? Uh, why not? How can we ensure that the icon itself is editable in nesting instances? So when you have uh, a button icon like this, having the ability to then go and switch icon from nesting component. That's the question. All right. So in that component specifically, it's very simple. You have your icons that are set up somewhere, and in your button component, you just use the component in it. That's it. Like here, you have the component that contains the icon, and the icon is a component. So if I go there and I go back to my icon in question, it's part of my icon set that exists, that is a set of components. What you have, if I'm not mistaken, here, and the reason why this thing was replacing it with another icon, is because you have all of your icons as standalone SVGs somewhere, and they are not components themselves. So that's the thing. I mean, that's the only thing that you can do. It's just like ensure that your icons are part of a component set, and that should help. For the fact that the icons that you had here, for example, were replaced, even if we were using, I mean, kind of not, but like, if they had been component in the first place and then used master to replace the components, then it would have worked. But if it wasn't the case and you still had the component somewhere else, it would have broken the same way. So that's E. E. Um, Yeah. Their plugin is, I mean, again, the huge icon for me are shit. I showcased that last time. It's just, I don't like them. I don't like them for many reasons, but I don't like them because of the way that they are built. And it's just like, overall, they they've built shit. I mean, they've built it like shit, and I'm so sad about it because they shouldn't, but they did. Like every single one of them are multi-line elements that will never work in a replaceable element because that thing is called vector. That thing is called vector as well. So everything is called vector, but then you change the color of this to red, then vector number 3 is red. And if I were to replace, if these two were components, for example, or these 3 were components, because they don't have the same amount of layers, we end up with things that are going to be replaced in different colors without knowing it. So if I do the thing, and I do that with create multiple components, and then I do just this, and change that to red, if I then swap this for, I said swap this, swap this for another icons, we lost the red. And if I go here, we lost the red as well. And it's just like, you wouldn't know that you had a fucking red layer at some point. So if I then go back to, I don't know, let's just do this one because it makes sense. And I say, okay, cool, I want this thing to be mostly red. And then I want the star to be yellow because, whatever. Whatever. If I then change the thing for the brush, the star is not yellow anymore because it's not precise and specified because I can do that. But in reality, if I do the thing properly, aka I get my icons to be a combination of shit. So these two, for example, are going to be paired with that one as an element. If I go with, God damn it, if I go with this and I get that together, and if I go with that, like so, now whatever I do, because it's like one single thing, if I change this to red and then I swap for whatever the fuck I have, it's always going to work because it's just the exact same thing. All of these are single sub-file thing that is called vector. It's the same name and it's good. But again, for the same reason as earlier, if for some fucking reason I say that these things, first of all, needs to have corners like this. But if for some fucking reason I say that this is not called vector, but it's called like vector 1, just renaming it to vector 1, and then I take this and I replace the color to red, sometimes that it happens sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't. If I switch to the other icon, it doesn't work. But if I switch back to this one, it sometimes work because it's just like not the same name or is the same name, and it's I can't know if it's gonna revert the color properly or not properly. It's weird. Like this is working, but if I go to this and then back to that, then it did work. Then that's work. It's just a mind-boggling thing. So I hate huge icon for that reason because everything that has been built in them is a multi-line elements. And in their video presentation on how they are building the icons themselves, they make the mistake and it's just so bad. So yeah. Anyways, I've tried two methods. One, each icon is a separated component. That way is color. Its color is editable on the button master level. All icons are grouped into component sets, much more convenient, but the icon color is no longer inherited by buttons children. If you use a component set for your icon, this is a very bad move because you lose search. That's the thing. So in here, for example, I have my icon. If I select it, if Figma allows me to select it, if I get in and I select it by hand, and then I go into here, I have my ability to search for thing. But if these were component sets of icons, I wouldn't be able to do so. And that's really bad. The only thing that would be good for component set behavior, which is something that I wanted to do in the first place, but I didn't do it because it would break everyone's work, but it is kind of the best option, is to take, this makes no sense, is to take a multi-style icon system and say, this is now a variant. And when you do so with a combined variant thing, then that property of line, duo, sharp, and solid is going to be good. But when you do this, I have lost my naming convention, and therefore exporting this as an icon is not going to be a good thing. But with that, if I just give you a bit of a preview, by having multiple styles and then using that somewhere else, if I switch the color to be the white color, for example, and then I change from line to sharp, from line to duo, then the overall override is good. Duo is not working because this thing is supposed to be at 60%, and therefore because it has like 2 layers compared to the rest, it's just breaking. That's how it is. Same reason as I showcased earlier. But you do have like the ability to do so by just switching styles here and there. It makes sense, but that's the only way that a component set makes sense for icons. Otherwise, you need to have them splitted in order to get the search. Because if you get a component set on your icons, you end up with the only ability is to say, I can find icons, and I will basically have my placeholder icon as the first icon in the set, and that's it. And then you can't really search. And in your then properties, you can't search in there. So you end up with things that are just like too complex overall. So yeah. Yes. So in here, you can say, sorry, not in here. In here, when you are creating your buttons, you can define, and that's going to take you a while, but you can define that this swap option, icon left option, is toggleable, and what icon is like available in there. You could say here or whatever it is. God damn it, this bitch is always in the way. You can define preferred instances. And if you wanted to say, well, my buttons can only get like the right arrow, left arrow, and that's it, or like not only, but like mostly, then you can have a set of things and then select whatever you want. Right now, I could say like select all instances, and it adds all of that. Then I can go back and go in there and select all instances and have all of that and so on. But it is indeed a pain in the ass. And you know, not a good thing anyways. Yeah. Stony, that image is not really visible on chat. I'm not gonna lie. This is another thing I can see. That's a good thing indeed. That is a good thing indeed. Sorry, brain froze. Why are they split by folders? They are into frames. So because all of my icons are into dedicated frames for the content, that's like their parent folder. And then they also have sub folders in the name. So line/Bluetooth/Bluetooth, for example, is going to be the Bluetooth icon in the line format from the Bluetooth folder. And that is basically how it is. So if you have your naming convention that is with slashes, which is like directory/routing, Figma is smart enough to recognize this as a path. And when you're looking for an icon somewhere, it's just gonna work. This bitch is just like pissing me off. This is not supposed to work this way. This is supposed to be in the same file. So yeah, that's the thing. The only icon pack that I've seen in the past that are pretty good and that make sense is same issue, by the way. But Iconly is pretty good at rendering icons in a way that is cleaner, and they have like a better setup techie on visuals. I see. Iconly, you piss me off. Yeah. The only reason why I have used that icon set instead of mine in one of my latest job is because they have something that more people need, and it's that section that gets somehow some motion. And if you just wanted to get very simple thing, shit like this is pretty good. Yeah, Space, welcome on it. How are you? It is really cool, and some of them are really pissing me off because of how bad the animation is, but some of them are really nice. Like, there are some things in there that just make sense, and it's simple enough that, I can play with that. What do you mean you want me to baguette my way through the icons things? Ah, my God, what a concept. I need I think I need a sound alert things in the background so that I know when someone is redeeming the French, because otherwise I don't know. I don't know when there is the French that is supposed to happen. But these ones are really cool. They have a ton of teeny animated icons in total, and they have like 3,000 icons that does the animation. So if you just want some very, very basic things here and there, this is really nice. Nonetheless, I do like it. And then one of the other reasons that I like them is that they have a style that is their curved, very curved icons, and their very curved icons are really good. That was so close to the target. Sorry, I just saw that. And I think they are looking more friendly. Um, and I like it, but they only have 600 icons in there, so we don't like that. But then again, I used these on Mima, and I created additional icons when necessary, because, well, that was necessary. And then we ended up with like a lot more fun icons here and there. Some of them are just like very custom things because we needed that, but some of them are like the main switch that I did is change the curve of the arrows, and then making sure that any other components icon that had like an arrow in there just got that kind of curved things. Like it's subtle, but it helps. It makes the icon more like unique and more personal. So we do like this. And then for the sake of presentation, we had the need for a lot of icons for other platforms. So I just reused theirs. But yeah, like overall, very simple. And then they wanted some shit for stars and AI stuff. So I just gave them everything, and they were pretty happy with it. But again, the main reason why I decided to go with this is because animated. So any of these things exist somehow in the animation section, and it makes it so much easier to create an interesting thing with the Mima is reviewing your post type of thing, just having the animation here and the smile while smiling more or less is such an easy thing. And yeah, we like that a lot, which is the reason why we went with it. At some point, I wanted to get like a more thick bubble for the messages, and I tried, and then I gave up because it didn't work. Like the size of things just didn't make any sense. The one that I didn't change and I should have is the share. The share button should have kept that kind of plumpy outline instead of being kind of square. So this might be something that I do at some point, and then send it to the client and say, well, I noticed a mistake that I've made, which I kind of did. I fixed this one. This one was not plumpy. It was square in the first place, so I kind of changed it. Probably would need the same thing here. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm saying I don't know. I do know. Uh, Basically, the reason why we are making it plumpy is because we want them to be more friendly and recognized as more friendly. So that's the thing. Getting like more curve makes more sense. But then again, pixelated doesn't really matter anyways. Like at the end of the day, you don't really see these things. It's just like in very high density screen, and user with very high quality screens could potentially see it, but that's about it. That's about it. I missed one message. So on a very basic level, I could just group icons component into a frame called icons, and then just click swap instances and go to that folder within the search panel. Yes and no. You kind of need to have the folder path system in the names. So you want to make sure that you have basically what I have done here of arrows are name like arrows 360 axis. That's the name. And because I have different styles and I sort them by style, I have styles then category, then icon. So when I'm inside of this thing and I'm finding or looking for like a specific icon to replace shit with, then this is an easier time for me to just say, oh yeah, I just want to, like, let's just do that. I just need to get the icons, regular things. And so I'm on the, officially, I'm supposed to do that. I'm on the icons duotone. And then from the duotone, I know that this one is in my media. So I'm going to go in media. Then in media there, I'm going to find the thing that I'm looking for. And let's say it's the cassette tape. I'm going to then change that. And now I have changed the thing. So it's easier for me to navigate through things. But right now, it's just it's a bit different. That's it. So yeah. How did you set up the spacing on the no mercy button? I didn't really. I basically just said these buttons are going to be most of the time, if not all of the times, displayed in either in the regular formats or in extended formats. So there is almost never a need for the icon to be snug to the edge. And if that's the case, that's some sort of an edge case. So it's just the spacing is 18 in width, 10 in height, or like 16:10. Or this one I think is 12:6. But that's like just ensuring that the horizontal padding is bigger than the vertical padding to make sure that the text, if text only, is good enough. So again, if I take this and I give you no right icon, it has enough space around it to get something that looks like it's coherent. If I do the opposite, which is no left icon, same thing, it's gonna work. It has enough space. And if I give you no icons at all, this is kind of bad. I would still have like more spacing on the edges, on the sides, but it's fine. Like we've seen better buttons, but it's fine. And that was kind of the idea. Like if we knew that the user is probably going to have buttons that are going to span across the mobile devices, for example, we're going to end up here. So having them on a one side situation is just like not an option. So making them center makes more sense. And then spreading things around is an edge case that happens sometimes. And in that specific edge case, I would probably make sure that we have the same amount of space top and side for the icon here or the other side. But yeah, the main goal was to get something that works in 90% of the cases, and then edge cases are going to be specified and showcased as this needs to change, or this is a specific use case here where that is a bit of an adjustment here and there. So yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. But then again, going back to what I've been saying for the past months, one of the reasons why I'm not working on like the Mom UI kit and not releasing it is because every time I look at it, I'm like, this is not good. So yeah, usually, Techie, usually filled icon when selected, filled icon when friendly, and line icon when unselected or pre-selection, or very thin line icons for luxury thing. That is the usual use case. Not that I have a full course on icons, but I kind of do. Um, I don't really remember where I did the specific. I think it's in the uh, consistency section that I did that. But yeah, again, this thing is not released because I need to work on the writing and I haven't. That is that is the only truth. I haven't worked on the writing on this thing. It's been waiting to be published and released and sold in every Gumroad thing for the past 3 years. Again, allergic to money. That's what it is. I I just got. But yeah, that's the usual thing. We want to have, or we want to ensure that if we have like bold icons in total, uh, they are there for selections or for selected items, and it depends on the cases. But for me, for example, um, I love to do things in line when they are disabled and or before selection. So let's say you had a button. This is going to be a bad button as an example, but it's going to work. Let's say we had a button in there, and the button is going to be the volume button thing. This is fine. Is it good? Not necessarily. If I were to go through the solid icon instead and use them um, instead, like this one, for example, or let's use the 3 lines, it makes more sense. But if your sound is not like non an option, like you can't hear anything, then it makes more sense to have it in line. Even this one is a stronger line because it's the solid icon line version of this thing. But if it was really a thing that I would do, I would go through muted and get the regular line icon, slimmer, probably duotone. So it's just like it's even more emphasized on this thing is not on whatsoever. And then obviously I do that because it's off. But small things. The only thing that is kind of annoying with this icon specifically is that it is not centered because we wanted to ensure that every single of the sound things are like working together. So if you switch from one to the other, it always works. The speaker itself is in the same place. So anything from muted to, I guess, volume two, are just like not centered. Anything other than that, like the full volume and the blasting volume, are visually centered and centered. But yeah, it's a bit of a not so good, but understandable nonetheless. At this level, I get to work with developers who would struggle with a complex nuanced button component setup in terms of spacings. For them, even simply having different vertical and horizontal padding to partially account for the line height of the button text. Yes, that's not an option. It's already hard, but at least I can push for it. Having different padding depending on whether or not the icon is visible is way beyond their computing power. And pay grade, I see. I think yeah. um what you kind of need to do is to create a setup for your buttons. Let's use the buttons as a reference because that's what we've been talking about. Create a setup for your buttons that just makes sense and will make sense every time, even though this is not the clients that you are working with anymore. If you say something like, this is the buttons that we have, every time we have a button, it has an horizontal padding of 20 and a vertical padding of 12. Always, forever, no questions. It's always going to be the case. Except the single exception that you have is button doesn't have text and it's icon only, in which case we are at 1212 because we want this thing to be squared, even though not necessarily the best option. I feel like in some cases, getting buttons like this could be very interesting. I know that Techie has on Kyoto one button that is containing an equal amount of spacing around it, but because of the icon type, it renders like this, and I like it for that reason. Nonetheless, small detail, whatever. This is just like, you know, so yeah, you have this button, Techie, by the way. Like you have the more button that is like so, and you get, I think you got 12. I think that's your thing. You got it like this. Sorry. I think you got it like this, like 1212 on everything. So your more button is just like an elongated button, and I think it's pretty cool. And it works well in where it is on the profile view and shit. So like it. So nonetheless, side derail. You can do this and saying or giving your devs the fact that this is going to be always the case, or you could do something that is a bit more complex to figure out, but could work. And it is, and I'm going to create or add like a background on this one for many reasons, which is this thing is going to take 8 point. These things are going to take 0. And then we want to ensure that this is at 1212. So getting a build like this is more complex for sure for your devs, like no questions about it. But that simple setup that I just did ensure that everything will work forever, always, no questions. So you will always have visually more space on the side where you don't have an icon. If you have an icon on both sides, it works, which never exists. If you don't have an icon on the other side, it works as well. And if you just have a text, it's perfect. Like it's a system that will work every time. And that is by simply adding a div for your text element within your button. And then that gives you the ability to say buttons padding are 12 all around. No uneven thing. It's just content is text, has horizontal padding / margin that is added like a +8. And this is like one condition. Your devs can have one line of code that is text is button, whatever, that adds just a very specific value on the side of the text content, and it will work every time. It's a very easy thing to do if you have or if you don't want to think too much about it, it will work every time. And there is like no spacing to like no gap inside of the button because there is no need. The gap is created by that button padding addition, and the icons don't have padding on their own. The button itself is a uniform 12-12 all around, and it just works. It's just like one time you tell your dev, get this if condition type of thing, like if text is in button, it gets an additional horizontal padding of X amount. Right here, I put 8 because that's the amount of space I wanted to have in between my icon and my text. Doesn't mean that it needs to be 8, like maybe it's 12, I don't know, it depends on your buttons and shit. But that might just do the trick. It just adds something, and it's easy. If that's going to be a bit of another one. If you don't want to do that because this is too complex, you can create a thing that is going to be what we call a spacer. So you add a spacer of certain amount of value here, and that spacer is added next to the text. So this element is going to be add 0 again, and then you ensure that if text, there is a spacer before and after. So this is a before slash after CSS property that you can have, not the before and after properties. These are different, but you can have this and then ensure that it has like a 12-12 all around, and it will work. Same things, same ID, same whatever. If there is text in the button, then the spaces are visible. If they are not, if there is no no text, then no spaces. So same thing. Both are options to ensure that you have the ability to get through things, but you know, it works. And again, for this thing, it gives you enough space all around. It's the same exact outputs, but it is additional divs within. That's it. It is easier to get a wrapper because it's just like padding, additional padding on the elements. The spacer system is the same exact outputs, same exact creation, but it's just sometimes easier because you would have conditional things. So if I go in depth on the inputs, which is going to take a while to just load, because of how it is, god damn. This is the wildest of things where we have a button that is contained. If I go to primary, you will see where it's contained. It's contained within my input field, and that button needs to have equal amount of padding around it, or margin around it. So 4 all around. But then it needs to have enough space in between it and the next element. And in order to do that, we ensure that we have a frame that contains some horizontal padding so that we have the space added, but the input doesn't have said space. But that's the thing. But then if most of the times your input is not going to have a button on the left, it's going to have a button on the right. So with that additional spacing thing, we needed to get proper alignment with the icon so that my icon here is getting like even values. So that amount here would be beneficial if it was a spacer and not a padding on the frame. I know it's confusing, but right now, again, because it's a padding, it's fixed at 6 and there is no conditional. If it was a spacer, if button disappear, then spacer is different. That's like conditional option for the spaces, meaning that right now it's at 6, it should be at 4. And so if we had conditional padding, it would be if my button is removed, then I have a spacer of 2 that is removed as well on the left side. If my icon is removed, then I have another type of spacer that comes in that is like a spacer of 8 instead of a spacer of 4, so that this text block is properly aligned, visually properly aligned with the entire thing. If that leading text is removed, then I need this to be at a very specific place, same thing. So I'm probably going to have a spacing of 12 in reality compared to the rest, and so on. So all of that is easier to achieve with a spacer system than it is with a padding system. But again, this is very complex, and this is not the type of thing that the devs that you have apparently at your disposal are going to be like figuring out. These ifs are handled with like both. Because this thing is not working. I mean, it's not an if possible in Figma. That's the sad thing. If fills land and stony land means it is a landing zone, and therefore look at me land outside of it. Look at it, so slow and so outside. Oh my god. Well, I mean, 0.74 is impressive. It's you landed. You landed, which is pretty good. So yeah, so that system and these ifs are handled through basically process of creation, not necessarily within like the CSS and the JavaScript and the thing. It's just, again, this is coming from my head, so I know, and most people wouldn't know. So I would need to create a conditional rule for the component that just says, if this is, then that happens. And it's just a long chain of if else, or if else, if else, if else, and so on. But yeah, they are handled by hand, which is not good. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be the case. But yeah, no, for your buttons and for your dev problems, the most important thing is have a chat with them and explain the thing. The easiest way also is for you to provide something that is coded, or at least more helping in their language. So if you know, as I just mentioned, that this block is getting a padding of 8, then you can rename the frame itself and say that thing is going to be called padding dash horizontal, if that's the thing. Like for me in SwiftUI is going to be horizontal, and then it's just 8, and that's the name of the box, so that if your user or your dev are looking at the Figma file, then they understand that, okay, this is an horizontal padding addition on the text, so I should just have that property on my text layer and nothing else. If you were, I think, if you are using Tailwind, I think that's PH2 or 1. I think 1 is 4 and I think 2 is 8. I don't remember, but I think that's the thing. So I see. I will take a look. PY. That is true. PH is another website that I don't know what it is. Orange, but I don't know what it is. I've never heard of it. Yeah, padding top and padding bottom is, I think I'm just word coming corrupted by Swift UI that is just straight away padding horizontal. Makes sense to me. But yeah. It is not your job, but it is your job. Like, if you want your career to grow and if you want to get like higher position, higher pay, and so on, your job is to make sure that the project is going further, faster, better, and if you can make the life of your devs better, that's your job. So providing the ability for them to just say, okay, cool, so this is an additional padding things around. I get this. I understand. If you wanted to say, like, let me make sure that they understand exactly what I wanted to have, and you just add a nomenclator, like a bit of a piece of explanation on something that just says, cool, so we add uh, a 0.5 rem padding horizontally on the text, then just having said that, and that is not what I was supposed to do. This one in hug is not. Oh, that's the one. Weird. Every time. Um, like that. Well, that's the thing. Like you need to, I mean, you don't need to learn the CSS framework, but you need to understand enough that you have the ability to just communicate with the dev. If I didn't do that, I would have a lot more issues with Stony in explaining things here and there, and we wouldn't necessarily communicate well enough to make things make sense. But yeah, it's again, if your goal is to advance in your career, you are getting to do more jobs in order to be able to communicate with the rest of the teams. Meaning that for me, I had to learn how the sales section of the business was working to be like, cool, I hate it. I will never do that, but I understand how it works. I had to learn things in the customer success management system, where it's just like ensuring that the user's RP, which is basically just users testing and quality assurance from my point of view, but it's like different namings, and ensure that if we had conversation with different parts of the teams in the company, I could communicate with them, they could communicate with me, and when they say something that is in their language, I get it. And when I say something that is in my language, they don't get it, so I just adapt to make sure that what I say is aligned with what they know, and that just helps everyone. And so for the devs specifically, it's just like, well, you stopped spacing, like adding 3 pixels here and 4 pixels there. It's, yeah, we have a padding horizontal right there that needs to be 0.5 rams because it makes sense. It's only a conditional, so it's an if. And, you know, like I'm saying if else on most of the discussions we have because it is the words that the devs would understand better compared to just if I say, well, there is a conditional here. Like it's a ternary operator in devs. So it is. It's not like very expensive. I am very expensive, which is a different thing. But it provides you with the ability to say, well, I have the skills to do the job of the devs that I'm supposed to work with in a way. And therefore, if there is something that needs to be done at some point and the devs just can't figure it out, I can just send them the code. And I don't like to do it, but it's a bit of a, specifically in some companies, it's a bit of a be careful. If you don't do the thing that I'm asking you to do, I'm going to take your job, which I won't. But like that's the warning shot that I have sent to some devs in the past. And then weirdly enough, they started listening to what I said after that. I just said, well, you know, like this is how it's supposed to be done. And they were like, okay, cool. Yeah, I see. Good. And it made sense that it was performant and it was good. And the only thing that I did was just go onto Stack Overflow and looked for the answer to my question. And I found the answer, and I looked at the thing, and I said, this works better than what we currently have. Let me just copy that code, put it into the code base that we had, and just say, this is how it's supposed to be. And they said yes. So that is what would make your salary more interesting and more better. Stoney, give me some context on this thing. You said if users doesn't have backdrop? I need to know what to do for people since they don't have a backdrop available. Oh, you mean people as in uh fucking actors and staff members. I see. Uh well, I think this is good. I think most notorious movies or known for using that backdrop is going to be a good option. Like, yeah, just take the first one and then roll with it. I feel like this is fine. I don't like this though. I don't know if you scrolled a bit, but I don't like this. The placement of your titles. In the beginning, I thought you had like a different system there, but yeah, that's yeah. This one is better than this one. This one is too tight, and then the space that you have here is, I think, you have it because of this. I think because sometimes you have the logo that takes more height. It push the paragraphs underneath because you have like a set height. And yeah, I would get uh, a non-fixed height and an up to 2 lines, so that if it has only one line, then we can be like kind of as close. That would make more sense to me. But yeah. Also, how the fuck are you working on the No Mercy server and the bot and the things and the FFmpeg implementation shit at the same time? God dang. God dang. But yeah, also what Gaspace has said, the fact that like having the ability to properly annotate the design for the dev team for other teams is like things that can ensure that you have the job and that you keep the job in a way. It's a pain in the ass though. But just let's be honest. Just annotation and documentations and so on is the type of work that I hate doing because it's text based most of the times. But nowadays, the thing that PG or CK, which you don't know, used to do and has kind of given me as a teaching at some point was in the company that he was working for. He had you do know Seke, cool. So Seke is was working at MetaLab, and what he was doing was at the end of the day or at the end of the week. I think it was at the end of the day. I think that's the thing, because MetaLab was, I don't know, good. An async slash remote company. At the end of the day, or his work day, he just recorded his screen and said, here is what I've done. Here is where I am on that project. Here is what I'm stuck on. And here is what I need to work on tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Like, that's 4 things. And it usually took somewhere along the line of a minute to 3 minutes tops for video, except when there were like some very expensive, complicated things to explain. But instead of doing the explanation in text, he was basically, good job, he was basically doing that on an automated thing. And yeah, what I need to work on tomorrow, like that's or next day, what I will work on. Which is kind of the same thing as stuck, but like stuck is I'm expecting to receive some feedback, so I'm expecting to receive some information about that specific features, and if I can't work on it until I have the info. But then again, in the beginning, you will record the video, and it's gonna be taking longer than it needs. Though that will come in. It's kind of Scrum, but it's Scrum in async. In the sense that instead of having the Scrum meeting in the morning and say, which by the way, Gasface, you probably are going to be late again to the Scrum meeting if that's not already done. It's just Scrum feedback on a video format so that people that are async can just click on the video in the Slack channel and be like, cool, that's where that person is, and so on. So, but it needs, at least for me, it needs to be like communicated in a way that makes sense. So if it's just, if I'm talking in designer speech, the rest of the team that is supposed to give me some information is not going to be able to give me some information because they won't understand. If I speak in global team, some part of the companies is not going to understand. But if I know that if I talk about the blocking thing because the devs, like the backend dev, didn't give me the setup just yet, I can explain that in dev terms so that they understand. And then if I say that I'm waiting on something from the sales team, I can speak in their terms as well so that they understand. Like that's the thing. Um, yeah. Again, understanding dev, not understanding like being able to do the job of someone else, but like understanding enough so that you can have a conversation is good. Um, also, I think you are delayed on your end. Um, yeah, space. I think you are a tad delayed. Um, and you should try to build website for yourself. That's the first thing. But also when I'm saying you need to understand, I don't need, again, I don't mean you need to be able to do the job. You need to be able to understand enough that it is a common sense things for you. So for for me, the first time that that happened was when I was in an agency and the iOS dev was good. I know, crazy. But the iOS dev was good. It was the only person in the French company that didn't really speak French. He did speak French, but it was way easier to speak in English with everyone else because, Chinese person. So just easier. And I I just started to ask him a question about how does this thing work? And why do we use this thing instead of that? And I started to learn about um, Objective-C at the time, like technically, yeah, Objective-C at the time, because it was easier for me to then go to him and say, well, I learned this. Does that make sense? And then he was like, yeah, that's how the thing is working. This is tied to this thing over there, and it's working this way, and that's how things are passing through and whatever. But I started because I needed to have a better conversation with them. And then the rest of the devs that we had that were not in office, but they were in um, Romania, if I remember correctly. And same thing, we spoke English with them, but the language barrier already was kind of complicated at times. So I had to understand the dev terms in Romanian, kind of, not really. And therefore, um, I just had to get a better understanding on the code side because sometimes it's just easier if we were speaking the same language of what they would have to do. So by doing so, it's just like if I see something like I just said earlier with padding, which I know is such a wild word, and we do have padding in Figma, that's the word that we are using. But if I just said spacing, like if I used designer terms as in spacing around the sides and the horizontal sides, for dev that doesn't have the understanding that spacing and padding is the same thing, which technically it is, but some people don't, then that's a bit of a miscommunication, and you would end up with some dev that implement things that don't look exactly how you want them to look. So that's the reason, that's the system, that's what we do most of the times. So yeah, company is pushing everyone to get better at AI stuff. If your code is beneficial for context, my team is 5 devs, 1 QA, 1 BANU. I think understanding how AI work is a good thing. Um, um, but yeah, also I just saw that one. The best desired set of Scrum description I've ever heard is like the huddle before the play. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, but yeah, no, overall, I think understanding the same system, understanding AI is a good thing. But I went a step further in taking a course in understanding transformers, not the Autobots, but like transformers in language models and how AI system works. So that just understanding why the thing is working the way that it works, or how it is working right now, and why that's the case, is so much more interesting to me to be able to then like comprehend the rest of the updates. This is something that we've talked about before on AI getting better. The tech in itself is the same as it was 10 years ago. It's just it's easier now. God damn it. Have a good have a good day at work. 6 minutes late, you're good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself and congrats on landing today. Enjoy the rest of your day. It is 4:26 indeed. um, if you understand how, like, if you understand how the tech works, technically speaking, then adding the thing in also is this not working? I just noticed. It is. It is working, but not really. Yeah. Big ass delay, I see. Anyways. Um if you understand how the tech is working, then you understand how the update is impacting the thing. So an LLM is a text prediction model. It takes the previous word, and based on the sequence prior to this, I mean, based on the sequence prior to right now, it guesses the most probable word that goes after that. And technically, it's not words, it's token, but it is just a prediction model. It's the exact same thing that if you are on your, like, have a good scrum. If you are uh, on your keyboard, on your phone, and you have the bar at the top that is just um, predicting next words, that's basically what the LLM is doing, just as a greater scale than what your keyboard is doing. But it's the exact same tech. And the update in the tech is simply saying we have increased the scope at which the specific model can take probability from previous words. And because we have a model that has a context window that is much, much greater, it can internalize things that then get into the next tokens and so on. And it's just predicting properly based on past knowledge and not based on just the sentence that is currently writing. So that's how it works. But it's very simple. For HTML templates for sales, I did not enjoy the task and gave up on that skill when building. I did not need any annotation for myself, partly because, for example, what difference does it make? so spacing in code. You can do it with CSS padding, margin, or freaking relatives. Yes. Of positioning, it's your job as a dev to solve the basic things that have been already built many times by other devs. Yes, but no. If you are the designer in that scenario that you were mentioning in the beginning, you are um, like in charge of communicating the design to the dev team. And in the same way that right now I'm speaking English to get like a broader audience, if I were to speak with French people in French and I speak English, there is a bit of a miscommunication thing. So I might have to switch to French, sadly, to be able to communicate better with the French. If I am switching or chatting with, sorry, if I am chatting with a Japanese person, for example, um, I I might not have the ability to get the the Japanese good enough so that they understand what I want them to understand when it comes to the dev and the design. So we will find a common ground, which is going to be the English speak. And that you can think of it as the exact same thing when you are trying to communicate with your dev. It's you as the you as the designer is talking in designer speech, and your dev is talking in the dev speak. And because they are not the same thing, then the communication is not working properly. So, in order to figure out the common ground, the usual thing that I do in new teams is ensure that I have the words that the are using and the words that the designer are using put into a place where everyone understands exactly what we are talking about. So if you have things like frames and components and containers and so on, you might be able to say, in designer terms, an artboard makes a lot of sense in Sketch, for example. And so people will talk about artboards. In Figma, it's called frame. In dev, it potentially can be called a container, a frame, or div. And in order to have something that is not like ununderstood, ununderstood, or not understood by the team, if there is a word that is probably like uncommon and good enough for both sides, then we use that word. So there is an article. I forgot the name, but I love that article as well. I think it's Dan Mal, which is a designer, renowned designer, has blogs and whatever. But basically, what he said is that in one of his companies, or one of the companies that he worked with, the dev team and the design team had a bit of a hard time communicating at some point. So he created a glossary of things, and they named a specific type of component. I think actor. I think actor was the name. And when they were internally talking about an actor, it's just like a very specific type of component, and they all know exactly what it meant. And that's basically just ensuring that communication works. So in your realm right now, the easiest thing that you can do is either you take the time out of your day to like teach the design side to your devs, or you teach yourself the dev side. And a dev that has design skills is not as valuable as a designer that has dev skills. as of right now. So that's the thing. Also, you said not all developers have the design gifts. I casually learn more about CSS UI here. Yes. um, and if you want like nice looking website, you need a designer. Yes, kind of. Um, I I've seen devs with designer skills, but it's usually like from what I've seen, it's usually capped to a point. Like they have understanding and some sort of taste, but then the taste is capped at like dev level things where it's like, can you explain why this looks better to you? Not really. It's just like, well, I know that this pattern makes more sense and so on. But yeah, so that's the thing. And then you say this is very complex instances equal to pull off animation micro interaction, for example. But I feel like a lot of it has developed into devs hiding their lack of skills by claiming that designers is not communicating well. So yes and no, but yes. The dev claiming that the designers are not communicating well enough just because they don't have the skills is hiding their lack of skills, but also showing that the communication is not good enough. And so that's basically why I personally said, let me learn the dev speech so that I can explain and understand. And if after that they still tell me that the communication is bad or not good enough, then that's a lack of skill on their ends. And in the meantime, I can do the thing that I asked them to do. So, you know, like if you go to your manager, if you have managers, but if you go to your managers after the dev have been complaining that, the communication has been really poor in between the devs and the designers, and you're like, yeah, I've been trying. I learn everything that is in their lingo. I've tried to do diagrams. I tried to do some videos. I tried to do prototypes. They don't click on it. So here is exactly what they need to do. And that's the code in question. And your boss is going to be like, well, you can do the work that they are doing. And we are paying them like 30K a year. Would you like a 15K increase? And then that dev goes away and you get the job and, you get 15K increase. Why not? Could happen. Could happen. You never know. You never know. But yeah. It's an option. But as always, your goal as a designer and your goal as an employee, specifically in the creative fields, is to be curious and learn things and then be creative when you are tried and tasked to do things. So if you learn more stuff and then you have more skills, you are becoming more valuable to the company. And if you are more valuable to the company, then you can justify a raise. And if you can justify a raise and you have more skills, you can change company more easily. And then if you can change company more easily, you can get a bigger raise and get to work onto things that are more interesting to you, and so on. It's a bit of a cycle that needs to happen. And yeah. Yeah. I can explain backend functionalities, but not technical things. But yeah, but they are not 100%. They are not a design person, and then they end up with shit that looks like this. So yeah, overall, all that to say, it would be easier for you, for the dev that currently don't communicate well with you, or at least that say that the communication is not good, to simply just that's not gonna work. Just get the job that they are doing. If you do, again, if you're just sending Figma files to the devs, then I understand that they would potentially not understand what is in there. If the Figma file is not detailed, then I also understand. But yeah, again, the product that I showcase every time is this one because it's the most complete that I have done. In the sense that I made sure to have like notes and specific like behaviors, explanation, like what needs to happen, how it needs to happen. And then I also made sure to have things that are like absolutely crazy to think about when it comes to the amount of content sent. But yeah, look, Ollie, welcome on in. You are either Canadian or French. I don't know. No, I don't know. With low in the front is an interesting thing. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome in. Could be French Canadian. Yeah, yeah. Good. Um, well, both wrong. Are you like Portuguese? Brazilian? Ah, close. But you are breaking the streak. This is not making sense. But what got it? Look, to say I'm trying to make hires and iron designs, and they are much worse than me for a low price. So the clients also hire cheap dev who struggle your designing because he is very unskilled. I see. Leonardo Conde. That makes sense. That makes so much more sense. Yeah. It's just low, as in LE, is the prefix for Z, the, in French. And then Conde is sometimes used for cop in French. Sometimes. So kind of the cop in a way, which is not necessarily what you want to be known for. But yeah, if you had Leo Conde, then yeah, this would have not been French things, but I understand. But what coming in nonetheless. um so again, on this thing, I have some very specific behavior for the devs to go through. And I don't remember exactly if it's like menu-based interaction that's going to be in there, or if it's going to be like the global behavior that is the best option. I kind of don't remember, but it doesn't really matter. Shit like this given to the devs of saying, you start here, And then when you are hovering something, it looks like this. And then when you are editing something, it looks like this. And then ensuring on top of that that you have specific if else conditioning things, annotations for the devs so that they understand everything. And I did this on that work specifically on every single page to ensure that the devs have access to everything and not have any surprise. And it's just like, if I see the dev make a mistake in the implementation, it's a skill issue on their end. And it's just, you didn't read, you didn't open the file, you didn't do your thing. And then because I am what I do and so on, I usually also have some sort of a prototype in the system so that even though the dev that I've worked in on that project specifically have never opened a prototype in their life, even though I said we have prototypes if you want to, they just like looked at the thing and not, did something. But yeah, like this thing is just big, complex behavior of how things are gonna be working. Carver
Mekins is
case,
now following.
except for the floor, appreciate it. How is this thing working? How is that like behaving and so on? What is the animation that we want to have in the presentation for this thing? Like, how is it supposed to work? And all of that is the type of thing that I've been adding as a step by step. Like, again, this is a waste of space and a waste of resources, but I was so fed up with the dev not following what I was giving them that I was like, you are currently typing here. If you are hovering this button, which is just a fucking button, like nothing has changed since the beginning, this is how it looks. And then when you click on it, it opens something with add something, and the animation that we want is around here. That's exactly all the things. And again, because I wanted this thing to be understood by the dev, I made sure to have an animation system that was presenting the transition and everything that was related to it so that the animation is there. That is the amount of things that I kind of had to do in order to ensure that the dev implemented the things properly. And I wish yeah. You are watching on vertical mode. Oh my god, what a concept. What a concept. Oh my god. You probably don't see shit at this size. I need to create a vertical format. I know I haven't. I mean, I do. I already have one. It just like doesn't work. So yeah. But yeah. So and then Dora, the CSS in Figma is okay. It works. The other thing that is pretty useful as well is the fact that in the latest version of Figma, you do have the dev mode, not necessarily the best of everything, but you do have the ability to just showcase this to the devs and say, you have the code. Like if you wanted to get access to something specifically, you would have the ability to just export thing in Tailwind format with the proper design for the content, and it would be an option, and you could 100% just do that and send that to the dev, and the dev be good with it. And nowadays, on top of everything, visual layout content is not a skill issue anymore. Like if your dev doesn't want to have the ability to plug this to an LLM within their IDE, specifically nowadays where most of the companies are trying to push designers and devs specifically to use AI stuff, if the dev don't have the ability to click one button and then ask or not say anything, just copy this and then press enter, then they don't deserve to, you know, work at the company. I don't know. Like it's that easy. So obviously the AI might make some mistakes and so on, but nonetheless, that amount of explanation, that amount of precision in the thing that I'm showcasing, for like every single section of this app, and I'm looking for one specific one. Also, I did this. This is another side note, potential explanation thing. In that company specifically, we had some very much. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? This is sent. This is not centered. Did Figma change something again? It tells me that everything is in view right now. This is not the case. That's crazy. Anyways, forget about it. This background being yellow is one of the things that we have done, meaning that this is a warning, don't touch it. This is not done yet. This is an experiment, and this is not necessarily something that you need to take a look at. It's a concept. So in the page, I have concept, I have the handwriting as well, and I'm ensuring that if, again, the dev is too dumb to read the title of the page, the big ass yellow background probably would give them a hint that this is not necessarily something that they need to put in place. And then I also have this thing around here, as this is a fucking exploration for the project as a rack. Like, warnings and shit all around to make sure that if they decide to say, well, I wanted to implement something, it's not that. They go into another page and they find something that makes more sense. Usually, we have gray background or green background for, like, green background for validated stuff, gray background for regular things, and then blue background for in progress, purple for like things that are not sure. And all of that like was the type of thing that needs to happen within the documentation and the chat with the dev situation to ensure that the implementation was good at the end of the day. So that's yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. But yeah, so that's the type of thing that I have done. And here, for example, is one of the complex one where most of the first screens have just been duplicated and it's the exact same thing over and over and over again. But at the end of the day, it just gives you everything that needs to happen. This is absolutely broken based on what Figma has done in the updates. But it just works. Like, it's okay. If you click on this thing, you have that view. If you click on something inside of it, you have that view. This is the actual like sections that you have selected. And, you know, I just like showcased that if you are adding a block underneath things, it's going to be in one of these two views, but like the red part is for presentation purposes. And I explained that on everything. And then most of these have prototype inside of them so that the user can go check, experiment, see if it works. All the things just working, not working. Is it good or not good? Like, that is basically the type of shit that we have done to showcase things and experiment and whatever. Like, it's very simple, but it is or it was helping at least. And right now, Figma has kind of broken how the prototype is working. So this is an interesting system, but it was. So yeah, like I would say that is the extent to which I would go when I'm getting paid for the work that I'm doing, because my goal is just I want to be bothered the least. So I want to do my work and not have a dev, a sales, a CSM that is coming in and ask me questions. Like, I want them to do that only if they have to. So I give them as much as possible, explain as much as I can, so that at the end of the day, they have everything. And if they have everything, they don't bother me. We're all good. That's the plan. So this is the type of thing that I do in order to ensure that I'm not getting bothered on a daily basis by the rest of the teams because they don't understand how things work. And so in some cases, like this one, for example, which again, it's a purple background, so it's standby, waiting for approval. This is complex. This is like way too complex for them to figure out exactly how things work. So that's why it's in standby. It's because like this is for me to work on to ensure that I have everything. I see that everything is working in the layout that we have defined, and that all of our behaviors are going to be good in there. And then I have some experiment, like other attempt here and there, and still ensuring that we have like proper annotations here and there so that the devs, if this page became a validated thing, or if I wanted to bring these two into another page, then I could just bring that together into the page that it needs to be in, and then be done. The new thing, I'm gonna click on this one because it makes sense. This point right here makes sense. So I disagree about that section. I don't think you're falling behind if you're not using AI, but it's just like his point of maintaining brand consistency is a nightmare for teams that don't live in a design software. This is absolutely true. And the fact that he says so, building tools for them isn't a nice to have. It is roughly a mandatory thing that you need to provide. And because we can, as designer, just build shit like this and be like, here is a consistent tool that you can use to create these grainy gradients for your marketing assets and so on. It probably took maybe a day, maybe 3 hours, I don't know. And then they get a tools like this that is usable from a client point of view, that they have running locally or running on a server on their ends that they can access all the times. And that just works and provide like such a nice to have behavior from the designer to the client slash dev team slash every team, whatever. This is, again, not a nice to have, is almost mandatory. And as I mentioned I'm going to go there because it makes sense. For Mima, which is one of my latest clients, instead of going through just sending them a PDF, which is usually what we do, with the brand assets as files and so on, I gave them this, which is a coded file that contains the logo with the animations, the loaders, the things, the fonts, the stylings, the tokens, everything coded, not by me, by Claude, but having everything in there to showcase. And just now that they have everything, they're just like, well, I have buttons and my buttons are going to work within the thing. So we are kind of good with this. And if I were to rate or to give you this instead, which is the bigger one that I have given them in the first place, where everything is like presented in multiple colors, multiple things, multiple themes, you know, with all of the icons that are part of the UI kit, some mockups for how the UI could work, so wasn't mandated and hired to do the UI work, but still did some things here and there just to showcase in situation how things could be implemented. All of that is like beneficial for them, beneficial for me. They see the benefits, like higher benefits, and they're like, well, cool. Maybe next time they're gonna give me something that is more coded than the previous time, and then I'm gonna charge more because now I'm including this in the package of design package, because it doesn't make any sense anymore to send you a Figma file. Like, it's if I send you a Figma file, it makes no sense. So ensuring again that I just send you things as the designer for the client, and that said things are just working components, editable elements, and things that you could 100% just install in your code base, and you're done. As I've mentioned before, that was 3 to 4 hours of work, maybe, tops, nowadays. Like, it is very simple. And in reality, the thing that happened was I went through the creation of the UI kit / base of the UI kit through Claude first. It gave me some shit that I don't like, but it's fine. Which I think is in... do we have it here? No. Not even. You can see that it's really much AI generated on this one. I guess direction is a good thing. It's a good system. Index 2 is the initial one. This was the first draft that I gave Claude, and you can tell the evolution of things. But it just gave me some colors, and I was like, this is not exactly what we want. However, the typography style is good. The buttons are okay. And welcome back. And Chifazo, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? And so just, having fun with shit like this didn't take me a lot of time, because it didn't take me any time. I just typed a text message on Claude, and then congrats on landing. You're the second one or the third one today to land. Congrats on that. And then I was kind of done. And from there, I then experimented with more stuff, and this was not good. I mean, it was fine, but was not good. And this one was cute. I like it a lot. I think it's I hate Arc for this reason, because that's a sliding things. I should be able to do that. This was like a neat concept. Obviously, I can't click on things, but you can see how the colors are changing, the font ranges are changing. That was like the concept of having an evolutive style guide, which is pretty cool. I think it works. I think it's neat, but yeah, small details nonetheless. So all of that to say, it didn't take me a lot of time, and I had to polish some of the components, obviously, because I don't want to use the default things. Like, I'm getting paid to create. God damn, congrats. That's a bit of a better score than earlier. But I just gave them something that is usable directly. Like, that's the main point. It's just, you have access to something, and as the client, you are getting all the components that you need. You are getting all of the tokens that you need, and you are 100% ready to use the things without any issues. So it's just so much easier for everyone, for myself, for the clients, to just use the thing that are available to you. So again, right now, like what I have done for this client and that company specifically, I don't think I would. Like, this is a waste of time. This whole thing, it's zooming in, not zoom to fit. This is... Figma is broken here. I don't like this. I don't like this. Even the zooms. Yeah. Anyways, to me now, that's a waste of time. That's the point I wanted to say. Because showing the dev all of that, like all of the this is how it looks when you're hovering the thing. This is how it looks when you're clicking the thing. This is how it looks when you're clicking and typing the slash. This is how it looks when you are hovering the thing in the menu. Nowadays, I would just create the fucking page and then send them the code and be like, this is how it, that's the thing. Figure it out. Plug the back in. I don't know. Give it a go. But yeah, like it's so much easier than anything else. And it doesn't need to be more complex. It doesn't necessarily need to be considered as more high-end, as you mentioned earlier. But yeah. That is the thing. I feel like I missed some things. Yeah, but yeah, that's the overall thing. So for me, for your issue of your current dev not being as good as they need to be to follow your design, you have two things. You can either say, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, there is a bit of lags. Like, not really. But yeah, either you start to get like a, well, let me rephrase that properly in a way that would make sense. In that situation of the devs are complaining that the communication is not good and that the devs are not competent enough You didn't land, sadly. The devs are not competent enough to be able to do the thing that you're doing, and it's I mean, you not utterly fail. You kind of landed like close to the target, but on the left side, sadly. I know, it happens. Um, so that's the side that you are proposing. The other side of things, which is, I know it's harder to hear, but it is possible. Your designs are not as good as you think they are, and you need to think how you are building them to make sure that they are easier to implement. It could happen. Like, I have done shit in the past that my dev blamed me for being like too zealous and to not communicating properly with the rest of the team and so on. And I was like, no, you just don't have the skills and whatever. But then now I'm looking at them later and I'm like, well, I was a bit of a dick on this one. They were right. That was my fault. I understand. Like, I asked for something that was a bit more complex than what needed to be. And yeah, so it was on me. But at the time, I couldn't tell that because I didn't know. So that's the other side of things that could potentially be the case, and you don't know. This looks to be absolutely broken. I see. But in any way, you can improve your communication style. They can improve their skills. You can showcase things that are easier for them to do. And then you can implement components on your end and say, this is how I would expect the thing to work. Or this is how I think this component thing is going to behave. Like, very simply, this is a simple version, like teeny tiny version. This is a chat version. This is how I think the chat is supposed to look. And therefore, if it works, if we have the chats and the inputs and the comments and whatever, then this is how I believe it should work. Right now, it's just a Figma file, but if I give you the coded version of this thing, then as a dev, you don't have to think. And again, for that client, for Mima, one of my first questions was, what's your tech stack? Which is crazy. But I was like, are you using Tailwind? Are you using Shadcn in the background? Are you using something that is vanilla CSS because it's easier? What do you prefer? So that on my end, when I'm building and providing the output file that is the coded thing, it is already aligned with their code base. And the only thing that they have to do is click my file, drop it in their folder, and they're done. And they have all the tokens, all the components, all the things, because it's just CSS. And we're good. Everyone's happy. I'm happy. They're happy. They paid me. I've been talking about them since the beginning. Right, since I've been working with them, I've been talking about them. But yeah, and the only thing that I've done in Figma was just, I wasn't necessarily sure about some of the design choices in terms of colors in dark mode and light mode switches. And therefore, I just did the base components as rudimentarily as they could be. And then I checked the color and I was like, oh, that's how it's supposed to be. That's it. And in order to get this to be properly implemented inside of the code, I clicked on that. I went there and I said, implement this design from Figma. And I pressed enter. And I was done. So, like, that's, as long as this thing is built properly, that's also another thing. I'm going to derail myself and rerail myself in a way. As long as this thing is implemented as we want it to be, aka right there, I see. Here, the structure is very simple. We have The segment control is the container that I want to implement. The sliding selector is the thing that is behind it that will slide across and match the width of the selected segment. And then we have segment 1 and segment 2 on that specific use case. In reality, in the use case of everything else, if this is implemented properly named layer as well, your dev should be easy, like should have an easier time to put it in place. But even if it's not your dev, if it's an AI that is implementing the thing, then they have everything that they need as well. So I'm thinking in making the life of the other person as easy as possible. And it's just it end up being naming convention, ensuring that things are properly organized, that we don't end up with things that are like frame 32, because not good, except if it's like within an icon. Like that makes no sense. Like the icons are not things that are coded, so we don't care. But yeah, goes to improve my skill set where it's best applied. I've never used Clone for activity with general stuff like Gemini, but that's about the extent. So yes, to answer your question of earlier, do you think it's a clone is good? Yes, no, every model is good. I think kind of. I think you should get an aggregator. That's gonna piss me off to say that, but it's gonna make sense instead. So, if you went into, I think it's t3.code. This is T3 codes or the chat version of that, if you watch Theo, whatever. Getting this or getting access to this, which will give you access to all the models, specifically when you pay for it. Like right now, I don't have access to everything because I'm not paying for it and I'm not logged in as well. That's going to give you an idea of what you can do. But in order to use AI in general for design work, it doesn't really matter which models you're using. I think Anthropic are good for code-based stuff. I think OpenAI are good for code-based stuff at times. Kimi are pretty nice for design/code. The GLM 2.5 are good for coding and they are cheaper. All models are okay. Like older models are gonna be more expensive or less expensive, but also not as good. And getting better, MCP is a piece of shit. Don't use it. I'm explaining later. If you understand how the things work, and then you use a model through a system that behaves properly, Manbray, welcome on, then you're gonna have a pretty easy time. I feel like if you have a slight understanding of code and you just want to use like AI to build prototypes and shit, then any model is going to be good. So use the cheapest option. The DeepSeek API prices is very, very low. The Kimi AI is also very cheap and pretty good. Anything else through OpenRouter, being usage based, depending on what you're fucking using, is going to be more expensive or less expensive. It depends on you, but like whatever. And if it's just like for coding stuff, I would highly recommend the Chinese models. Knowing that you are or where you are working, I don't think you would be able to get the Chinese models. Just, yeah, because I know where you work. So Anthropic is going to be pretty good because you have a partnership with them officially, and it's going to be okay. Price wise, OpenAI is cheaper than Anthropic. Quality wise, Anthropic is good at reasoning and code task. OpenAI is good at everything, but not as good. Um, as OpenAI in some aspect, but overall, but they are both like basically the same shit, so don't worry about it. Um, what you can do with it is the most important thing, and what you would do with it as a designer slash dev wanting to be better and improving your skill set, or yeah, improving your skill set on that thing, I would say um, it's it's pretty simple. The best recommendation or the best advice that I have is treat your AI model as a junior dev or junior designer that you are helping in the beginning. Like that's the best thing that I can recommend you to do specifically in the beginning. So if you already have worked with senior designers that have talked to you in very specific way, have a good food time. And I need to read your message because you said the paragraph earlier. Um, uh, and you can replicate like the type of speech that they have given you. And if you have had a junior underneath you, that you can replicate the way that you are speaking to them to teach them how things work and how you want to steer them into specific direction. This is the best way to get some of the AI models to just follow through without having any hiccups. The thing that is also pretty true is that now it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, it's just any model is good enough at understanding speech and or text. Even if you do weird things, like earlier today, I was complaining about the layout because I don't know how to do fucking layout in CSS. But this section, right, in the beginning was like left companion name for Sonyaslav top body challenge, and right virtual reality in a format that was basically this. So a single block of text. And I said, we need to split them into two columns because on mobile, it just doesn't work. And it understood that on mobile, we needed to have uh, basically the same system. I'm going to make it like way smaller, but ensuring that we have like the title that is on top, and then the paragraph links to the content, and then the paragraph links to the content. Because before that, it was just one big block of things saying left and right when the things are stacked together. So, like shit like this kind of worked. I also had another thing where I was talking about images, and instead of talking about the full name of the images that we're using in, I think in this one, compatibility map and so on, I named them with their shorthand of like comp and map, and it did understood what we were talking about because of context and whatever. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, if the work is paying for it, Anthropic is good. OpenAI is good, and it's very easy to use on a daily basis. And you don't, I mean, I don't want to scare you. I kind of want to scare you. Um, if you like to design, don't start building prototype in code. Please don't. Because I I've mentioned that before. I showcased that before. Since here, I haven't really touched uh design stuff. Like right there, I had my client, like April and May. Like that was basically where I had client work. So work less on my own stuff. And I was working on Figma, but I'm not working on Figma anymore. I'm not working on design stuff. I'm working on design stuff through the code and the prototypes and the things, and not through the design thing. I mean, the design thinking is still there. It's just I'm using another tool to build the thing that I want to build. So yeah, if you really like to design and do things, then maybe don't attempt it. But yeah, no, I would highly recommend it because it's very easy, it's very fast, and it's just like having going back on this one, having the ability to just create a prototype of something that is going to be useful for later, for other parts of the company, for other things. This is the type of dreams that I had in the company that I was on before. Like the one where I was here, there were so many things that I wish I could have done and built myself to help some part of the company, like some teams. The sales teams would have benefited from, or the marketing team would have benefited from me building like a tool to help them create, I don't know, marketing assets with our logo pre-made, our tagline pre-made, our font preloaded, and they can just create on the Canva without us having to pay for Canva subscription, for example. That would have been amazing. And then you can just launch that internally, and then if it's good enough, maybe it can become a tool on its own and have a business around it. You know, it happens. But yeah, is yeah, it's the type of shit that would just going back to the discussion from earlier, making the communication between teams and making the life of the rest of the company better is good. The topic right now is Gasfaced asked earlier, the company that they were working in is currently pushing for AI usage, and as a designer, wasn't necessarily sure if wanting into or getting into like AI for building design stuff was a good idea. But right now, being that the use case would be mostly prototyping and creating some kind of short, fast drafts here and there, I think this is a pretty good idea. And I'm showcasing some of my old work and then giving story or backlog story of thing that I would have loved to be able to do at the time where I couldn't because AI didn't exist yet, or that implementation of AI that we currently have didn't exist yet. And that stemmed from another big discussion about some devs not being good enough for the design that the designer have created, and therefore trying to figure out a way to push the devs to put the things in place properly. And one of the options is to do it yourself. And so that's a good thing. Oh, by the way, side notes of a side note, but still a good side note. Why is you on your side? That is not how you're supposed to be. This popped in on my Figma file a day and a half ago. Kane, hi, what morning? How are you? How was your week? Um, Apparently, you can now set up your Figma agent with anything and not use the Figma AI credits that you have to pay thousands for because they are so expensive. So that's a very, very good news. And that means that if you have like a Claude Code subscription, a Cursor subscription, and so on, then you should be able to just set up your agents. The thing that pisses me off, though, I saw that, I took a screenshot, I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I I have no way to find that setup agent button again. And this pissed me off. That's the thing. It wasn't in dev mode. It was like just here. I had something selected and it was just here. And I don't have a setup agent. And yeah, setup agent is not in there. It's just like it's a weird thing. It popped in and disappeared, and I'm so sad. So maybe one day, I don't know, we'll see. And no, I just have one workspace, so it can't be per workspace. Anyway, so that's a news that is pretty interesting as well, which means that technically speaking, you would be able to, with that subscription that the company is going to pay for, be able to implement some of the things that they want you to do. You could 100% create the slides for the presentation. If you have Scrum meetings that needs to have like presentation of shit with Figma slide and so on, that's another option that is pretty good. As I have mentioned in the past few days, currently the Figma agent section that is right here is in beta, and therefore everything is free. So if you want to try it, use the AI stuff that is within Figma for now for free because it's free and build as much shit as possible before it becomes a paid thing. So yeah, if you're using it for wireframing, that's a really, really good thing. They are planning on implementing the same thing on FigJam, on Figma Slide, Figma Buzz, and it's basically a bit of an integration of Figma Make within the Figma file, but it's not there yet, but it's there yet, but it's not good. So, you know. But yeah, I do use it for automations when I see that, for example, which is not the case here, but I would see that, for example, these were like not linked in the frames underneath. I might say, oh, we have some plugins and some components that needs to be God damn it, that needs to be updated and linked, and that would go through the AI agent, if that makes sense. But you know, like that's a good thing. The other thing is Framer has introduced their AI agent as well, and it's much better than the Figma one, obviously, because Framer is just, here goes my sponsorship. Framer is much better than Figma when it comes to implementing shit, and it just works. So we like it. And as always, they have made the decision to like give you like the Figma agents from everywhere from the get-go. And like the thing that I just screenshotted and showed you is something that is happening after, because Framer has implemented the same thing. And Figma was like, well, we need to, because Framer is doing it. So yeah, but the Framer implementation is really good. And because it's just like a slash framer inside of your CLI AI thing, it's working. So it's a good. I like it. I like it. But yeah, that's it's a nice system. organized system. The AI tools that we have right now are a nice addition to the toolbox that we had, and I think they are a great addition for prototyping. I think they are a great addition for research specifically. So everything that is like UX research, competitor analysis research, is going through the Claude research tab, and I'm just getting through all of the things. And obviously, I'm going to check the data afterwards. But one of my behavior is I launch a Claude research with a specific like message prompt, and then I take that same message, I copy it into ChatGPT with research enabled. I press enter, and I copy that again to Kimi, and I press enter. And at the end, I just compare all of the three things and see if they are saying the exact same thing. That means that they have the same training data and source for the information, which is pretty good. Or sometimes they just diverge here and there, and I'm like, okay, cool. So the divergence is something that I need to get into more details, and then I do some manual research, and it's good. But it chops off that phase time in like 3 or 4, if not more. So yeah, short answer, go for it. Get the company to pay. If they pay for it, then that's good. And then see how you like it. Make sure, as I mentioned earlier, make sure that you are building the prototypes with the code base that you are currently using or that the team is currently using in mind, and ensure that you are using the same frameworks, because Claude has some predisposition in selecting some specific frameworks. OpenAI is different ones. And if you give it some directions in the beginning, or you create some MD file that just give directions, um, and so on, I feel like this is a very easy thing to do, to just say, here is the code base that we are in. Here is a prototype that I want to build that is based on that code base. Here is the feature in question. Let's create a new branch in that repo and call it the designer branch, and then or designer prototype with the feature in question. That's the name of the branch. Impractical, but like it works. And then you just create the things based on the code base, and you send that to the devs, and maybe the devs are like, cool, that's good, that's working, or that's shit, good job. It happens. But yeah, it's an option. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. It's gonna help you go faster, do more stuff. We do like it. So yeah. Anyways. Why is everything in C sharp, by the way? Stony? That's my question. And while this is trying to run, I'm gonna go pee. 1 second. that makes sense. I mean, that's a good reason. I wouldn't do any other thing. I wouldn't do any other thing. If I knew a language, aka me with Swift, yeah, that's the reason. That is the reason. This seems to be working. We're at 410. We're at 19. Technically 411, but that's yeah. So this is not live updated. Fine. Fine. The chat is there. That's a thing that I've seen earlier as well, where the last message doesn't seem to like slide in when you're like loading the thing. It does. It does autocomplete, but I don't have scroll view in there. It does now, yeah. You have a preview. You have a preview? Yeah. That's working. Cool. I see so many issues. Oh my god. Why is it not centered? That it's top align. Got they? Got they? It doesn't really matter. So that's a cool thing. It's working. Most of the content is good. Pretty happy with that. Happy with that. But what do you mean design is my department? Since when? That's good. The fact that it's working is good. Obviously. I guess there are other things that will need to happen here. That is true. I feel like, and I'm unsure about this, as I mentioned earlier, I feel like there might be, yes, a better navigation system. I feel like there might be a better navigation system for this whole thing, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what would make more sense in there. But yeah. We'll see. The thing that I see as a big benefits from for me right now is that I don't that ties back to what Lone Driver was saying. I don't wait for the devs to implement the thing. I implement the thing. Like, it's easier for me to build the thing or backtrack 6 years. It's easier for me 6 years ago to just build the thing in Figma, create a prototype so that I can play with it and see if it makes sense and if I can use it and so on. And that takes me a week and a half, maybe, once I have like all the screens and so on. Today, it's easier for me to just say, let's create a shitty ass prototype that use basic native component from ChatCN and then see if it works and see if it makes sense to interact with the thing this way or not, and so on. And then once I've done that, which take me like 2 hours, maybe, it's probably 15 minutes to an hour, I then say, cool, this is working, this does the job. Now we need to align it with the design system that you already have in the Figma file or in your company or in whatever. and it's another 15 minutes, and then you're done, and then you send that to the devs, and they're like, cool. Nothing to add. It just works. We just need to plug the backend, or we just need to plug the functionalities here and there. And yeah. So I feel like that's the benefits. I feel like that's the benefits. By the way, Stony, did you fix? I mean, I don't. You know what? I'm gonna ask myself. um. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know if we can do that. The question that I had is, did you fix the page reload thingy? Wild, wild. Basically, the thing that I was saying is that if you are launching the web version of the NumSpot, we end up with, is it dev dot? It is. We end up with a bit of a glitch where the localhost 5080 is sent back. Also on the web, I'm still blue or purple. It's sent back to that URL that I just used instead of the localhost, and I don't know why. Like, it's basically not showing the code from here. It's showing this. So I don't understand that. Bit of a weird thing. A bit of a weird thing. Anyways, you said, you said, yeah, that's what I was about to say. You said 85%. That's isn't. Huh. Like, when I do this doesn't work. And when I do the dev as a backend URL, which you said earlier, right? Just that, it's going to redirect me from localhost, or at least it did, from localhost 5080 to that URL, basically. So I don't know why that's the case, but that's the case. Also, it's not doing much, but yeah, right there, I am now not on localhost anymore. I'm on dev nums instead. And so that's just not, that is not right. The thing is, again, I'm on the right thing, but I'm also like this one, which is the one when I accessed it directly, I'm purple, but the one that I just launched through apparently the dev server is green. So there is something in weird. So like that I don't get it. I don't understand. And then again, if I make any changes, even though it's supposed to be a hot reload thing, it does not, because, well, it's not the local host anymore. So that I don't get it. I don't know exactly what I need to do, how I need to do it to make it work. So yeah. Anyways. Main reason for me complaining on this one is I would love to be able to have the chat view above in the browser of cursor and then edit the content and see the updates automatically instead of having to relaunch the app or relaunch the web server every time. But, I don't know. I don't know. How do I do that? With that, the watch FS thing. Which is officially already the case. Like that's the thing that I don't understand, because this just doesn't want to go through. So I don't know. I don't get it. It doesn't matter though. QT, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Brain. I don't think it makes sense if I do that, Stony. I don't think I want to tell it that I can't log in on localhost. So we'll see. It doesn't matter. Also, you said 93. This is not worth it. This is, at this point, you don't have any usage left. Based on how fast things are going for you, this makes no sense. I wouldn't benefit from any of these anyway, so I'm not even gonna attempt for this, because if I can send a message and then it's just like gonna reach the limit in the first 5 seconds, this makes no sense. So instead of doing that, I'm gonna take a look at what needs to be updated in ways that make sense. Dashboard view, the viewers needs to go the fuck out. Chat view, we need to have controls on what is in there and how things are look. So chat style is going to be somewhere in there. It could be an implementation of the chat style from props. If we, if we wanted to have partnership with props. Is a good thing. I could make a list, yes. Yes. Apparently, I am lying. right there. I'm gonna complain. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? Anyways, we could have partnership with Clips. With that thing that could work. You want a list? Oh my god. You want a list? You want me to style the list? Or also that's a good thing. Does that work? That doesn't work. Okay, that's what I expected. Want shit like this? Bitch, what the fuck? Is it color palette? Is it paint? It's not paint. Paintbrush is gonna be good enough. Oh, you want fucking numbers? I guess. Nah, not getting it. So we have that for now. Dashboard, view account in the content with metrics row, then chat need starting controls, size, time, things, also yeah. Size, time, layout, no. Switch. Have a good meeting. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the AI experiments in the weekend. Probably that's what's gonna happen, and then make the company pay. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Chat line is top aligned. Should be center aligned. D, that makes sense. That's good. Chat input. I don't think we can do that. Let me see. Let me see. What can I just load? That. I just want to check. Ooh. I just want to check that. Yes. That's what I thought. Chat input doesn't wrap. That's good for this for now. Comment is fine. Kinda. I feel like the comment section is going to be related to your active parity with stream element, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Not yet. Everyone's response is the same thing. Timer is going to be the same thing. Quarter is going to be the same thing. Moderation is different. We said that we needed something else. Do you have this? You don't. This is a bit of a bigger ask. I know. I don't know how easy it's going to be, but it is, I think, going to be necessary, kind of. Have a good luck. But if you can, a stream element import feature that lets user grab their overlays, quotes, timers, and everything would be kind of amazing, not gonna lie. That's the type of shit that would make, like, Cat, for example, and use the thing because she is but she does have a ton of quotes that she doesn't want to lose, and yeah, talked about that before. Chain point behavior. And overlapping right, top right. Economy, I don't know enough. I feel like this is something that should be in there, but if we enable it and we call that the eyes, and eyes, I guess. No icons, starting balance, and 0. No bank limit. I mean, you get a freebie here, so yeah. Do I need to enable all of them? Oh, I do. I do. It's a weird system. But fine. For now, I'm gonna say that that's fine. I feel like the design of this whole view needs to change. So for later, it's saved. It seems to be good. We're fine with that. If I enable the coin flip, we good. I can edit the coin flip. Cool. whatever. I don't know what these things are doing. Music is a full redesign, so I don't care about that. Same thing here. Sound clips, full redesign as well. Same issues. That's broken. That's good. Good to know. Overlays. I don't want to check anything on there. Same for the alerts. Analytics, metrics, row should balance itself. Itself. If that's an option, we'll see. Possible. This is the thing that we had last time that I feel like is good but not good. Like it's top viewers lifetime, and I feel like maybe these metrics could be interesting in a not lifetime. Also, we've had followers, we've had resubs, so I don't know if that's a thing that counts. What? Yeah. And then analytics benefit from some short. Some shorts would be good. It doesn't update live apparently because you've been sending 3 messages since earlier. So if I go back, you should be at 3.2. Yeah, 302. So it's not instant. But yeah, Discord plug is good. Server unlink icon should be a trash icon, not the minus icon. This makes no sense. Webhooks, we don't have any. Duration, we don't have any. Custom data source, we don't have any, which is good. Minimum for 100 bits. Here on this channel, I may have done that, yeah. I don't think so. You know what? I don't think so. I think that's not the case. We've had bits in the past. Oh yeah, I did that. I did that. Yeah. I forgot why. I think I said something along the line of like, yeah, one is just like so easy, and there is a ton of spam that happens. What? Yeah. I don't know. Don't know. Do I care? No. Why did that move around again? Like these two are not supposed to exist. Anyways, so that's my custom sources. For my settings, no, settings is good. There are some missing issues here and there, but that's fine. Custom code, new scripts, rules and permits. I don't know why you are like there 60,000 times, but you're there 60,000 times, and it's just I don't know. It, you know, like I guess you're mod. I guess you're mod. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You might not be, but yeah. Uh, I guess you're mod. And in the admin section, I'm gonna click on that because of security and shit. Reconnect Twitch is an interesting thing, but that's almost everything I have so far, and I feel like this works. I feel like this works. There. You can pull that. No explanations, but I feel like that's a good starting point at least to get uh, some outputs on this. This is fine. It's not the best, but it's fine. It works. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Again, design-wise, I feel like there is something that is missing in terms of navigation system, and I don't know exactly what it is just yet. My brain is telling me it's missing something. You know what? That's what I'm missing myself. I'm missing the beds again. It's been 2 days where I remember to take my beds at like 7 in the afternoon instead of 3 in the afternoon. So, not that it matters. 3 hours is not a difference, but couple still. Shit, I just noticed something. Um, we don't have emojis right there. And if I remember correctly, on Twitch, you have the ability to get emotes in your titles at times. So, yeah, it happens. It happens. I guess. That's, yeah. Good enough system. Good enough system. So we have officially chat, loyalty, audio, stream, and connect, which is like 5 tabs that then contain all roughly 4 entries. Like most of them are like 3, 4, 5. That's the thing. But yeah, can I grant you channel title? Wait, right. How? How do I do that? In there? In my mod settings? Yeah, I don't have any off. Good on that. Um, uh, it's in roles and permits, right? I guess. And you said title, right? Channel, title, right there. Oh, and the role is editor, and you have mod, so it's not. I can't. I can't. At least not there. It doesn't. There's no scroll option as far as I know. Unless you're saying that it's like further down, like further down. No. It's not in there. I'm sorry. Which one? Uh, oh, oh, I see. That's the center one. The scroll is working. Change to the right. Right. Did it work? Also, yeah. Is it just because you are a mod and you've been in the chat and you've been flagged as active in the chat, the system recognizes that you have needs for actions, and therefore here you may have actions and granting capabilities for every single of these capabilities. So basically, you have a role for every single one of them. Is that what's happening? Because if that's the case, we need to not do that. We need a better option. Yeah, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that that's the same amount of scroll length at least. So, you do have a permit right there, which is pretty cool. It's there. Do I need to reload some shit? No. So that view specifically, what would be the best option is exploded view of all of the options, and then it could do things like I'm not gonna do that here. Um, like one of these, basically. Not really, but basically one of these. Like that. God damn it. God damn it. Like that, basically. I feel like if we had something like this in every options, organized properly, like everything from the channel, everything from the chat, everything from whatever options there are, and then you as the user, you can just come in, check the one that are grantable, and then that's it for one user, like user by user, admin by admin. Could be a better option. So yeah. What do you mean you're getting a forbidden? Isn't that just good? It's security. It is security. You wanted something that was secure. So that's what happened, you know? Well, let me revoke it and maybe give you another one. Title right again. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that's an additional thing that I need to add to the to-do, but I need some more content information things before I can say exactly like design wise what needs to change. Again, I'm gonna take a look at it because I need to get a better understanding of some of the features here and there, and there are some of them that are not necessarily good just yet. So we'll see what we can do with that. But interesting. There is still a lot to do indeed. Indeed. I see Bill Gaming is live. I see Kitty's live. Dark Souls is live, but like you don't know that. You don't know what that is. Prime is live. That's crazy. It's the timing again. Frank is not live. Marcy, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? We are looking for someone to raid. You arrive. I did. It has propagation down to editors, mods, VIP, and so on. And then come the bot features at top. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. The day's too short? Yeah, just like me. I know. Why? Why? Why is that not the thing? And yeah, I guess. I guess. I guess. Haven't been on BitGamey in a while. Haven't been on BitGamey in a while, so that's where I'm sending you. It makes sense. Makes sense. It makes sense. If you're a streamer who regularly forget to change category or title, as we can allow mod or an individual permission to do this, why should I say why by Twitch? Yeah, I see. But right now it's kind of broken, so you know. I feel like this is a great thing to abuse from a mod point of view or from a VIP point of view if this is something that is added to VIPs at some point. But it's interesting. Nonetheless, we're rating BitGamey unless, goddammit. Unless nothing. If you enjoyed the stream, please follow the channel. That is highly appreciated. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord, ask the question on the Discord. That's always a good thing. If you are part of the internet and you have a big ass list of links to share to everyone, ban is pretty cool. We by the way, we have gone 5 more users. Or at least 5 more accounts created. That's cool. And then if you have a big list and collection of perfumes like myself, you can use perfume. It's pretty cool. We worked on the Mom UI kit earlier today, a teeny tiny bit in earlier this stream or this week. It is nice. It's gonna get an update soon, so you know, maybe take a look before the price goes up. And yeah, I should be back on Monday if all goes well at 1:30 Paris time. So as always, take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you on Monday with probably more bot stuff. So yeah, bye.